I bow my bow to the bishops, my bow to my moderator and the respondent, my bow to my sisters and brothers. First of all, I would like to give my thanks to God for my staying here. It's my first time in this association, and I would like to give my thanks to my God and to you, though. Moreover, to Father Ngengi, who encouraged me violently to be here. May God reward him violently as well. My sisters and brothers, one disciple went to his rabbi and asked, Rabbi, why I am reading the Torah, can I smoke? And the rabbi said, no. Because when you read the Torah, you read the Torah only. Yeah, he went. 1 week later, he asked again, Rabbi, why am I smoking? Can I read the Torah? And the rabbi said, yes, because nothing can stop Torah. My brothers and sisters, I came just to read my Torah. No matter the weakness of my language. So, this time is to discount. And protection of the orphan and widow in Job 24:1-12. Rereading of African dogmatic about the orphan. The one book of Job contains 2 distinct books. One in prose, as you know, prologue and epilogue, about a patient and humble Job who trusts in divine providence. Other book is about a Job in poetry, which, as the meat of a sandwich, makes the corpus, fulfilling the interior of the book, from chapter 3 to chapter 42. This Job protests his innocence against unjust suffering. The poetic section describes Job as a figure who challenges the traditional theology of retribution, questioning why the innocent suffer when the wicked goes unpunished. The narrative uses the imagery of orphans and widows to highlight the plight of the innocent and the oppressed, emphasizing their vulnerability and suffering. Chapter 24 is particularly poignant, addressing the dreadful conditions of orphans and widows, and questioning God's silence in the face of their suffering. Job's story serves as a critique of conventional beliefs that God always protects the innocent and punishes the wicked, showing instead that reality often contradicts this notion. The text draws parallels between Job suffering and the current situation of orphans and the vulnerable children in Africa who face neglect and a lack of support. In Africa, about 17 to 20% of children are either orphans or orphans of living parents. This is conventionally called OVC, orphan and vulnerable children. We see these new orphans wandering in large African cities, carving over waste containers, asking for help at the crossroads, left outside any education or school system, sleeping under bridges in associated groups. These are the new orphans, the orphans of today's Africa. Like the impatient Job, we can question, are those dogmas of tradition Africa credo alive? Community, solidarity, hospitality? Where are the wise elders that control and guide all things for good and for justice? Did the elders, by hazard, lose a moral authority over the community? And where did the dogmas of ancestors go? Why did they dismiss invisible punishment against the oppressors of innocence? I hope the confront between biblical tradition and the Jobian reflection will help us to respond and renew the dogmatic of the poor, the orphan, and the widow in today's Africa. My brothers and sisters, my exposition is divided in 4 parts. Protection of orphan and widow in Anet, Asian and Near Eastern texts related to the Old Testament. Protection of the orphan and the widow in Old Testament tradition, general tradition. And protection of the orphan and the widow in Job contestation. And finally, and protection of the orphan and the widow in African tradition. My time is short and my speaking is slow, so I have to cut some part just to fit in the time I have. So, I think we know already what is net. This is the part we have to give up. But you can see something that this is this for the text from Suma or Sama. The text from the text is not complete in this. So, but we go just to see that something is there, because I'm cutting this part. Yes. Yes. And then now, just to summarize and give some conclusion. The study of net examines the motive of orphan and widow in extra-biblical texts, particularly those with parallels of biblical literature. My data are sourced from the collection ancient and Near Eastern texts related to the Old Testament, edited by Pritchard, you know. The selected material shows the evidence of similarities with the biblical texts, especially those under study. The goal is not to establish the direct historical or literary dependence between Annette and the book of Job, but it is clear that Israeli wisdom literature shared cultural and intellectual influence with surrounding culture. Now we go to the Old Testament tradition. Even here we have a two-cut. But we know already that we could take the legal literature and we find our motif, Yatom, the Almanach. It's present in the legal literature, in prophetic literature, and in Psalter. I have here, I collected these texts just to, but we haven't time enough. We have many things to do. We go. We stop a little bit on here in the Psalter. God declared himself to be father of orphans, defender of widows. I don't know what is happening in this picture. It's not so clear. But we summarize here. In its jurisprudence, Asa Mishpat, Deuteronomy assigns the responsibility of justice directly to God, rather than to a king, as in Annette literature. The responsibility is assigned to God. Yahweh personally supervises justice and injustice, particularly concerning the poor. The concept of theocracy in Deuteronomy is portrayed as perfect, with God having wholly authority, legislative, executive, and judicial. So now we enter our book. Just I tried to leave time for this part. The book of Job. Okay. The Handayadis, orphan and widow, Yatom the Almanach, are frequently used in the book of Job, appearing 7 times in 7 to 6 times in syntactic and synonymous parallelism, indicating their importance. We can see here the structure of the selected text. The verses 1 to 12 from a distinct section characterized by thematic and divine reference, starting with Shaddai and ending with Eloah. So here we have what classically we call inclusio. This is the delimitation for our text. The section is divided in two stanzas. The first stanza focuses on a passive suffering, verse 2 to 4, while the second stanza shifts to active narration of oppression, the consequence of the oppression is in this 5 to 12b. The poetic spiral goes through the sorrows faced by the defenseless, from the land expropriation, verse 2, to the loss of domestic goods, verse 3, and finally to the kidnapping of the orphan, lactating child, verse 9. We go to some short comment. Expropriation and marginalization. Before we go to this expropriation and marginalization, we would ask that in this kind of a text, Judecia 1, we have Job, who is saying, who is accusing somebody, but who is accused? In the text, that is not so clear. In our text, the subject is not clear, it's not explicit. We have they move a boundary, markers away, they carry off flock and shepherd, they drive away, they, you see? But who is the weak? Who is doing it, such oppression and the persecution? The wicked. Who is the wicked? We say the wicked because in the text of Septuaginta we have that Asebes. That Asebes, wicked, supposes that this is a lexio that supposes a reshaim in the original text, and the Vulgata maintains Masoretic lexio with ali. But the Septuagint put as a base. In the textual criticism, of course, lexio brevior posterior, lexio brevior stat longior, we said. You know? Yeah, but I think to be clear, we have to put this wicked. The wicked move a boundary. This is the text. About expropriation, a Bible tradition are unanimous in condemnation of a land usurpation. Cursed is he who moves his neighbor's boundary mark, and all the people shall say Amen. Deuteronomy 27:17. Proverbs explicitly assert, do not move the ancient boundary or go into the fields of the orphans, for their Redeemer is strong. He will plead their cause against you. Proverbs 23:10 and following. The violation of land borders receives from a biblical tradition a serious condemnation. Such was its gravity. Job, in the same tradition, denounces the wicked who move the borders of the land. But against the common tradition, he does not mention the divine sanction. And when he mentioned God, verse 1 and 12c, seems to challenge the effectiveness of the creed in an automatically divine intervention. But about expropriation, it is not only the boundary marks. It's to the flock. They cut out the flock. They drive away the orphan donkey. And the ox for pledge. So after the lost field, the most important property left over to the oppressed is the domestic goods. Among these, at the time, there were generally dromedaries, equines, cattle, sheep, and the goats. The text specifies the donkey of the orphan and the ox of the widow, which would be the means of subsistence at the time and a means of a workforce. Perhaps these two animals were the only inheritance after the field expropriation. Living in a male pattern society, the absence of man puts the survivors in a condition of vulnerability and unprotection. Because of my title, unprotection, we see that in the end, the primary sense of orphans and widow, I would like to have more. We see that in the we see that at the end, the primary sense of orphan and widow does not concern the lack of material goods, but vulnerability and insecurity that puts in the risk of robbery and usurpation. We have, after that, the second part of our poem. The second part is very important for me, but we go to the verse 9 only. The verb gaza is used here. Yeah, is that. The verb gaza is used here, to which explicitly respects the orphan and the widow. I would like to say that after the expropriation of land and the expropriation of domestic goods, we arrived at the kidnapping of the still lactating baby orphan. It is the unique time in the Hebrew Bible when we see this verb with this direct object, human object. Normally is used with the material things, but here is used with human being. Apart, Judges 21 and 23, which refers to all the practice of woman's abdication for wedding. That is very different. So only in Job 24:9, the verb has a human person as its direct object. It is poverty that forces the poor one to pledge his lactating child. An Akkadian proverb says, to confirm the idea of this economic evidence, the strong one provides himself with the strength of his arms. The weak one selling his own children. But we have another verb too, that one. This verb, chaval, with this verb we have, the meaning of this verb is the pledge, to pledge, to pledge. But it is not used with human being, only here. So we have some kind of apex legomenon, syntactic apex legomenon, you see? Yeah. I think that is enough, otherwise we don't, but we have to renounce, which is good too. And then we go to our Africa for conclusion. My brothers, dogmas of a traditional religion, African traditional religion, community, solidarity. The foundation of Afro society is the community principle, which includes both vertical and horizontal dimension of communion. Vertical communion involves a vital force descending from God through ancestors to human, animals, plants, and minerals, while horizontal communion emphasizes interdependence within each level of beings, human with human, birds with birds. Yeah, in the human sense, we have the Ubuntu. I am because of what we all are. This underlines the importance of a communal living and mutual dependence among people. So in Africa society, we have no, I visited, in fact, I work on ethnolinguistic. I mean, that's my research. I'm making this research. So I found many tribes and many African culture without the institute of adoption. No adoption, no filial adoption, no, well, why? Because it is not necessary. Yeah, the children, the orphan belong to the community. So, yeah. We are very proud of our culture, our tradition, but this our pride must be challenged, because now when we see the number of orphans and the vulnerable children in Africa, it's very sad. That man is coming, so just just to see this here, just to see some countries and some cities like ACCRA, Kinshasa, and Lagos. Yeah, and we conclude. This is our conclusion. Okay, this is our conclusion. Biblical tradition places the care of orphan and widow in God's hands. contrasting with ancient and Near Eastern tradition that assign this responsibility, moreover, to the king. Job knows and challenges the traditional theology of retribution, but attributed prosperity and misfortune to divine justice. The protester author suggests instead that human suffering is a mystery tied to understanding God's mystery. The chapter 24 uses the imagery of orphans and widows to personalize all the defenseless, and criticizes the inefficacy of conventional religious doctrines. Job opposes the caricature of a divinity that justifies oppression under the guise of divine retribution. African moral tradition view orphans and as a communal responsibility, with ancestors providing ultimate care and revenge for offenses against them. African tradition consider themselves against orphans. African tradition consider offenses against orphans not only a communal issue, but also a religious one, deserving special punishment from ancestors. Duty of African scholars. This rich African spiritual heritage of a communion and solidarity, however, should be reinterpreted through modern and intercultural perspectives. There is a need for theological and epistemological renewal in Africa, moving beyond simple rereading African religion and foreign Christian catechism. African Bible scholars should use the plight of the poor and helpless as a basis for interpreting African cultures, religion, and theology.
Obrigado, 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 obrigado. So thank you so much. You know, you've been pushed violently into PACE, and PACE is welcoming you gently.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
So, de nada. So you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Your Eminencies, Your Lordship. I want to begin by congratulating Father Chimboto. In fact, he was very kind to me because he gave me an English translation of a text he wrote in Portuguese. And that is why I'm able to respond to this paper. I think your greatest strength is the courage to present this paper in English. You beat many of us to it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also recognize many strengths of the paper. You are right in saying that Job 24 is a denunciation of the ineffectiveness of conventional teaching and what makes dogma ineffective. Dogma says God protects the innocent and punishes the wicked. It is believed if it happens in real life experience, but when it does not, this is where the problem of the text came from. Because from this derives the questioning mindset of Old Testament retribution that is replete in the book of Job. I want you to consider a few things. Consider these remarks. You gave more attention on the motive of the orphan and widow and the poor in the text. But if we look at the position of Job 24, it is found at the middle of the third dialogue between Job and his friends. And the subject of that dialogue is divine justice and retribution. Job's friends were arguing from the viewpoint of dogma. And from there, they aimed to say that Job was not innocent. Job, on his own side, was arguing from the viewpoint of experience. And in this chapter, he also makes very strong observations about what he has seen happen. And this is where the subject of the oppression of the poor by the wicked came. So from this viewpoint, I think Job 24 is a God lament. The person that is being queried here is God, not the wicked. If you look at verses 1, the first verse of the text, and the final one, 12, it's all about verse 1. If he is omniscient and knows all these things, why does he allow the wicked to go on living and prosper? And verse 12, the poor cry out and groan, and he keeps silent. So from this observation, I think you should concentrate more on two big topics in your text. The first one you addressed, that is very lightly, the why that is also rising up in the African context, and the apparent silence of God. And the second one, the principles of communion and solidarity in African, African dogmatic, which protects the poor and the needy. So I hope you pay more attention to these two great topics and minimize the attention on the wicked. So thank you very much.
So thank you to Father Chimboto and to Sister Nwachukwu for the interaction. It is 9:20. We are supposed to start with Sister Nwachukwu at 9:05. So what do we do? I suggest that we move to Sister Nwachukwu. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you indeed.
Your questions you can send to the WhatsApp, the group WhatsApp, and then we will find space for Father Chiboto to respond, to address our questions. So, Sister, you have 15 minutes, and the respondent will have 5 minutes. Who is the respondent? The idea is this. The respondent, you can give us the key issues and then send the paper to Sister. You don't need to summarize the paper. Just give us the key issues. And Sister, thank you. I've cut your contribution short, but I know that you can do it.
Can I get my pen, please?
we will keep the same way of proceeding. If you have questions, please write down your question. We may pick up a few people to read their questions or to express their questions, but the other questions can just be sent to the WhatsApp group to help the author of the paper, because the purpose is to help. Now, sister, start.
Thank you. I turned on the existing protocol. My name is Mary Sylvia. Sorry. I am Mary Sylvia Nwachukwu, Daughters of Divine Love. The topic of my paper is the post-pandemic Africa and the power of the girl child. Insights from the story of Esther. Who is the African child? The African girl child is an asset to the human family and to the African continent. And the sign that the girl is valued is that the family reserves a special traditional upbringing for her. She is multitasked, and she grows into a woman who nurtures and shapes the character of the future generation. And we know that the morality of a place is usually measured by the morality of the girl child or the woman. Besides being an asset, she's also very vulnerable and prone to abuse. The girl is prone to numerous challenges in the context of her patriarchal culture and socio-political context, which inhibits her capacities and integral development. And it is believed that the best way to bring girls and women out of the many challenges they face in the world is through the strategy of empowerment and recognition of their rights. The focus of my paper is the question that I ask is, how does the story of Esther relate to a group of African girl children who share similar experiences of deprivation and displacement? I'm focusing on girls who lack the privilege to live with their families, girls who are forced to live abroad away from their families and friends for various reasons, girls who have either moved abroad on their own initiative or under the influence of their parents or benefactors who promise them better opportunities, girls who are orphans or who are born to impoverished parents who are hired as child laborers in other people's homes or businesses, and girls who are subjected to rape, sex labor, forced into young marriages, adolescent marriages, and denied of their right to determine their own future. So I'm taking my insights from the book of Esther. Who is Esther? Esther chapter 2 says, she lived in Persia among the Jews who were exiled there. She was a cousin of Mordecai, the daughter of his uncle. And after the death of her parents, Mordecai adopted her as a daughter. But some Jewish interpretations give us another view of how Esther relates with Mordecai. Josephus, in his Antiquities and the Vulgate, say Mordecai was Esther's uncle. And the Babylonian tradition states that, in fact, Esther was Mordecai's wife. And that explains why Mordecai was pacing around the king's court, watching her closely. That tradition says Mordecai adopted her as his own daughter and says, took her levat, which a midrash understands as Levite, that is, as a wife. That's where the idea of Esther being Mordecai's wife comes from. But this Jewish interpretation could be knocked off with the information we get from Esther chapter 1, verses 2 to 3, which says, "Let beautiful young virgins be sought out for the king, and let the king appoint commissioners in all the provinces of his kingdom to gather all these young virgins to the harem in the citadel of Susa, under the custody of Haggai, the king's eunuch, who is in charge of the women." The context of the story we know is the banishment of Queen Vashti because of her treason, and the king's edict to gather beautiful young virgins for the selection of one who will replace Vashti. Esther was among these young ladies who were gathered in Susa's citadel, and in the evening, each of the virgins were led to the king's sleeping quarters, and in the morning, she would return to the second harem in the care of the king's eunuch, who was in charge of the concubines. All of the females who had met the king did not return to the other virgins, but were instead joined to the king's other concubines, who were in a sense women without wife status, but were not permitted to marry another man. They never saw the king again except when he invited them. So those who failed the king's test were forced to dwell in the king's harem indefinitely, just like his unloved concubines. How do we critique this culture? The background of Esther's story emphasizes, on the one hand, the cultural impediments and barriers that threaten the human integrity of girls and which hinder them from living the lives of their dreams. It's a custom in which women have no voices, because there, Esther and her colleagues were literally conscripted. They had no say in what happened to them. It's a custom that condones abuse of women. In modern parlance, these young, beautiful virgins were abused or raped and condemned to be perpetual unloved concubines. Even in the African culture, no man dares to woo or marry a girl on whom the king or chief has set eyes on. It's a custom that permits adolescent marriage. And according to statistics, Nigeria has the highest number of child brides in Africa, with over 23 million, the majority of whom come from poor or rural communities. And this number is projected to double by the year 2030. The story of Esther is linked to the Jewish feast of Purim, which commemorates the survival of Jews who were slated for death in Persia in the 5th century due to Haman, the king's viceroy. Haman was a statesman who led the Persian Empire's opposition against the Jewish ethnic group. Similar to Persia of this time, post-pandemic Africa is also internally polarized, separated by ethnic, political, and religious affiliations. Sometimes it is the ruling party against the entire nation. Sometimes it's one ethnic ruling party versus another ethnic group inside the same country. African communities are enduring different forms of distress. And I will say, they are being hung, as it were, on Mordecai's gallows. Elections in Africa are analogous to Haman's casting of lots to determine who implements the execution of the entire country's people. The effects of electing inefficient leaders on Africa's economy is very disastrous, because now we have insecurity, a stagnant economy, political conflict, and poor income. Africa has suffered and is suffering the highest recorded brain drain in the history of the continent. So how does all this affect the African girl child? Esther's story allows us to enter to share the daily experiences of young African girls who have been orphaned and subjected to deprivation, emigration, adolescent marriage, and abuse. Being orphaned or coming from a poor home frequently resulted in school dropouts, girl child fostering, and trafficking. Among the many trained and professional Africans who have emigrated from Africa to the West are young African girl nurses, medical scientists, and paramedics who may have been a valuable asset to the continent. Even though the story's historicity is called into question, and the true origins of the Purim festival which had already been established by the 2nd century CE, are unknown, it is interesting that the hero of the story is a young girl whose bravery and power of prayer ensured the Israelites' people's survival in the Persian Empire. And this is all thanks to what I call the Mordecai pedagogy. What is this pedagogy? It refers to the process of transmitting a people's religious, historical, and cultural traditions to the next generation. Mordecai's raising of Esther is summarized in a single sentence. Mordecai had brought up Hadassah, that is Esther, his cousin, for she had neither father nor mother. The content and impact of this sentence will be felt throughout Esther's life, both before and after she became Queen of Persia. This training involves a thorough informal teaching that includes domestic training and the inculcation of Jewish lifestyle and character and faith traditions. Esther distinguished herself while she was in the king's harem, and she won the favor of the caretaker, Haggai. Her courage to face the king stemmed from her deep faith in God, her exposure to the risks and sufferings of Jews throughout history, as well as her knowledge of Persian institutions that encourage Jewish oppression. She displayed tenacity and perseverance in the face of disproportionate danger that could have killed a woman. So why do I say the African girl child must be educated in the manner of the Mordecai pedagogy? First of all, the girl child is born a missionary. Her true destination is not her family of origin or birth. She is carrier of her family and Africa's tradition to other people. The only difficulty with gender-based informal education for girls in Africa is that it restricts and limits their power of influence in the family rather than in the wider society. When girls are fully equipped with the necessary skills and well-rounded education, the effect of their influence is immense. Secondly, being vulnerable, powerless, and prone to abuse, the girl must be empowered with the weapon of prayer. A girl ought to be trained to be strong in prayer because it is her greatest asset in times of adversity, and they are usually exposed to adversity. Deep faith in God's love and help could lift one from the depths of helplessness and restore strength. Because when bravery disappears and aid and succor from family, friends, and institutions are insufficient, God remains the one sturdy pillar for which to draw strength. And girls have the natural instinct to defend those whom they love. Thirdly, the girl's natural ability for positive interest must be nurtured. Esther's story provides insights into women's positive ability to influence. Women's traditional roles as mothers, caregivers, and nurturers have given women authority within their families and communities. And the ability to influence is an expression of power. According to Proverbs 14, a wise woman uses her influence to construct her own home, but a stupid woman uses the same influence to tear down her own home. And the power for positive influence is drawn from God himself. So empowering young women with this power of prayer will undoubtedly maximize their ability to positively influence others in their environment. Conclusion. The narrative of Esther was a narrative about how a young woman's prayer, bravery, and diplomacy saved Jewish people in the Persian diaspora from a deadly threat. Girls are assets to the human family, but they are also vulnerable and prone to abuse. Growing a girl's natural powers will have an impact on her living environment, even in areas where the patriarchal culture of African institutions undermines and neutralizes the benefits of assistance from aid agencies. Religious instruction, which was done informally in families and formally through scheduled catechism classes and Sunday classes by the priest, is a missing link in the upbringing of modern-day African children. provision of material needs of a child does not suffice. Moreover, this age is also defined by moral relativism, in which the individual rather than God's rule serves as a criterion for determining what is good and acceptable. So the role of church institution-owned schools is really of great need now. We should have youth-focused ministries, be directly involved with formal education in order to bring to the content of secular knowledge the values of the gospel. There are schools run by church institutions where the curriculum and everything they do is according to how it is done elsewhere in the States. You have this school where 5 years, 6 years, there are no baptisms, no confirmations. The teacher of religious studies is a Pentecostal pastor or something like that, yet it is a Catholic school. So Catholic schools should create youth-focused ministries for the training of our young ones, especially girls, in order to bring them up in the values of the gospel. So attention to young girl-focused ministries that promote academic instruction and character development is of great need, inculcating the values of integrity, compassion, and growth in faith. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. Okay, now you have 4 minutes because she went beyond the time. So you have 4 minutes. You pay for it.
Well done, Sister Sylvia. I think your topic is within the major theme of this Congress. So I thank you for choosing a topic like this. And you have rightly brought out the image of Esther, who she is, known for her prayer, her bravery, and her diplomacy. And again, you have highlighted the character and image of Mordecai, who played an important role in bringing up Esther, especially in his method, his pedagogy, where he gradually introduced Esther to the religious, historical, and cultural traditions of the Jews. Then you have chosen the young girls and women of Africa as your environment, the context of this study, and especially those who share the same faith with Esther being orphaned. And there you highlighted, of course, the plight of orphans generally, and particularly in Africa, where many of them become maids, become concubines, must leave their families and homes, become stateless in order to survive. Well, it is in that context also I will remark that perhaps Esther didn't fit into this picture, because Esther seemed to have entered into the story as a conqueror. Being a Jewish story, Esther was highlighted to never to suffer what a generally speaking maid or orphan in African context would suffer, because she was handed over to Mordecai, and Mordecai was a very pious man who meant very well, gave good education to this lady, which is contrary to what you presented in African context. Our orphans don't have such privilege. So what I want to highlight there is that Esther couldn't have been the model of the orphans represented, but she could set there as what we should be working or looking at as an example. What Africa could do, the world could do for orphans and those young women and young girls who do not have somebody to look after them. Esther was taken good care of, giving good education, and achieved what really she could have achieved or her dream. She wasn't a dropout concubine. Actually, the analogy you gave there, I think, is too overstretched. She entered the story to win, and that was, she was protected in every way, that she wasn't treated like any other concubine that was taken to it. Then I will also observe that within what you have, you chose what I may call literal exegesis. If not, I don't see how Purim would be compared to the kind of elections, political elections we have. No throwing lots, what that means in the Jewish context. That would be quite different from that. So what I plead is that allow use Esther as a model, even her own training. We don't wish any African girl, African young woman to experience what you said, but rather experience what Esther experienced in this story. That is being in good hands, being well brought up, being a conqueror at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Actually, I think I need another mic because the mic is the power. So he didn't want to give me back the mic. So thank you. You know, I realized that in our planning, we have no space for discussion. But what we will do is to ask Sister to say a few things so that we be part of the conversation. And then we move to the next speaker.
Yes, I'm grateful to everything my respondents said, and I will readjust. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Salakwi. Now, where is he? Okay, and the respondent is? Michael. Okay, it's ACCRA. It's Legon. Now, we lose, I realized that we'll lose a bit of time in transitioning. So if those who, the next one is Paulin Pukuta, and then who is the respondent to Pukuta? Okay, please be ready so that when they finish, you can move up. Otherwise, you know, we would be losing the time. Wasting time, sorry. Bon. Au niveau technique aussi, on perd un peu de temps. So, Alex, you have 15 minutes. It's your paper, you know what is in there, so you can come up with the gist of it. Thank you. Take your mic.
Good morning. So the paper, Child Morality and the Cultural Study of the Jewish and the Arab Tradition, is just holding us all responsible for not doing what we have to do for our children. So if a Christian, if you don't know it as a Christian, at least your traditional background should give you some idea that at least this is what we do. So it's all about that. So a child's life is influenced by its immediate environment. So human attitude and behavior affect the ecology. So St. John Paul called for an ecological conversion to rethink human and ecological discourse as integral approach. Then Pope Benedict employed the image of deserts, desert of poverty, hunger, thirst, lowliness, and others to show how humans devoid of values are destroying the environment and their dignity. Hence, what the earth's treasures no longer serve to build God's kingdom, but to serve the powers of exploitation and destruction. So human formation starts from childhood, and as the child grows to attain adulthood, they pass through different stages, what we may call rites of passage. I will come back to those in a minute. So it is necessary to rethink the formation that children receive at home and at school, because that is what they express in the public space. So children learn from their elders, and as they reach their youthful age, they also learn from one another. So the youth easily get attracted to the good things of life, fame, wealth, and power. So attitudes emerge with time. So a good moral formation of a child will have positive attitudes. So these moral attitudes stem from the fact that most of them lack parental care, and they become very arrogant and vicious. So parents are the prime, educators of children. What society prescribes as a yardstick becomes the responsibility of the parents to instill in their children. Society that has stipulations that its members adhere to. So instructing the children on these norms, values, and beliefs of the society becomes very necessary. So the tradition, the Jewish and the culture, traditional culture, human life demands acquisition of wisdom. So that is the teaching them, give them that wisdom to interact with its environment. So I will be using this biblical text for the Jewish, and then for the AV, we will go through some of the rites of passage. So Judaism began with Yahweh's covenant with Abraham. So Abraham yielded the land to Israel. God, the covenant, yielded the land to Israel, and was unconditional gift. And he was instructed to teach his household about Yahweh. So Yahweh, talking to himself, mentioned that. So teach the children. So then on Mount Horeb, that law, the law now sustains the land. Then the inheritance of the land is vital in bringing forth life. So if Israel is on the land, they have life. If they are not on the land, that is death. So their social status depends on their living on the land. So the observance of the law is a command from Yahweh, and then to observe the law and to teach the children. So the first one, the reason why I have four is that this very first one is about to Israel themselves, okay, to Israel. To observe the law, and then you have your peace, you enjoy your prosperity and progress and everything. But if you disobey, if you go to the last verse 41, then there you realize that, well, if you disobey, then it means you are leaving the land, you go on exile. So this piece divided into two sessions, but what you see about the lesson, here, obey, okay? So see, all this instruction, observe, keep. That is what you will see in this. So if you keep, if you observe, this is what you do. But here, the instruction here is categorical to the children, that the parents teach their children, okay? Parents teach their children. And then the teaching demands that they have a kind of family time. So maybe the Sabbath meal, or when their parents are practicing the rituals, then the child will ask. Then the father will now explain to them. So that's how they teach them. So it means if the father or the elder doesn't even know the ritual, it means the children will never know. Then this one, Samuel, about sons of Eli, my brother Michael did a lot on that. You say, so this is the disobedience. If you disobey, if the child disobey, this is what will happen. And then we see that for them, it's not like they don't know. They know. The children, they know what is right. Their father even cautioned them, but they refused. So they just decided not to do it. Arrogance, stubbornness. And then at the end, then God will say, I honor those who honor me. Okay, so I honor those who honor me. So it means if you don't honor my gift, if you don't honor what I have, you are doomed. And then we heard what happened. They died, and then their father also died with them. So it's not only them. You see. Meanwhile, what is interesting is that Eli was able to raise Samuel, but not his own children. Okay? And now we'll see that Samuel himself, the voice, was not able to raise his own children. So now that God rejected, of course, the people rejected first the sons of Eli. Now, the sons of Samuel were not only rejected by the people. So the people said, no, your children cannot be, cannot lead us. But that goes as far as even to the people rejecting God as their king. So their attitude led to even the people rejecting God as their king. Now, Ben Sarah, this one, he is an invitation for the youth. You say, even if the child is growing, the child needs to put in some effort. You teach the child, yes, but then they have to commit. And then with this piece, what is that? The wording, you see, or objective instruction, total, you have humility, humble submission, you have to be patient, see, because what you want to learn, you need, if you are with someone, you have to be patient, control yourself, leave your pride. Then you have to see a assembly of people, wise people, elders, and we know locally, traditionally, that when you are called an elder, it means you have some atom of wisdom in your head. So if you speak like a child, nobody calls you an elder. Then if you see such a wise person, a sage, then you station yourself with that person. You cleave, use the word cleave. You cleave to the sayings of that person so that you can acquire the wisdom. Then it went as far as saying that you wake up early in the morning, rise up early in the morning to visit, and we know that our elders, when they want to address serious issues, sometimes it's early in the morning. If somebody has done good this to you, you go early in the morning, So early in the morning, you go to seek this person. But then, metaphorically too, early in the morning could mean the prime life of the person. You are young, so you need early to do things. You don't get old before you start doing what you're supposed to do. So we can also ascribe that to it. Then it continues to say that to wear out the footsteps. So you're going there, wear out the doorsteps of that wise person. So it's a commitment. It's a commitment. You don't just presume that it should come. You have to work at it. You have to put in an effort. Then at the end, it's saying with all these things, God. You see, at the end of all these things, Torah, the law of God, will fix that which you long for. So all the effort is coming from the person. Now, the every tradition. Really? The every tradition. So we have the night tales, or what you call the fireside. Then we have the passages, the rites of passage, the do's and don'ts. But the rite of passage, the naming ceremony, you say, when during the naming ceremony, there are rites, using of water, using of the spirit, even the name that they give to the person. There's all meaning to it. So when you are growing, you grow with no pregnancy. So on that day, that man will come and say, yes, I was the one responsible for the pregnancy. And being responsible for the pregnancy means what? You have to look after that child. You have to look after the mother. So it's not for fun, but today it's more of fun. I have to skip this. So then the next one will be puberty rights, when it's now growing and then it's having all the tentacles of attraction. Then they have to learn trade and all that. Then another one is marriage. Today people meet and then before you know they are married, even before their parents will know. We don't do that. There are stages. Telling your parents there should be investigation to know the kind of family you are entering into. The two families become together. There is bride worth. Then the rings, like the Aves, they have 4 different rings. Then there's a drink that they will bring. If you dare drink, take a drink from that, then you have committed yourself. When you do something against those people, you are held responsible. All this are missing because we don't know them or we don't teach them. This one I forgot to put in a paper about death. You see, funeral. You belong to a clan. So if you die, there are rituals that you have to perform. And the child must know that. If they cannot send you home, usually you see that somebody will die somewhere, they will say the mass and everything, but they will carry the body home to the traditional ancestral home to go and bury. But if they cannot carry, you have to take maybe the hair and then the fingernails back to the traditional home. You see, all these things you have to know. Then, if you are a witch will be buried noon or in the night. The wicked people. So these are basic things. So sometimes in church, when you are about closing and then you are going to the cemetery and it's noon, the people will come to you and say, Father, let's wait a little bit. They want the noon hour to pass before they go. Because the person you are burying is not a witch, it's not a wicked person. You see, then when we come to widowhood, there are things that you have to know. Then before you can become an ancestor too. So what I'm trying to say is that irresponsibility is the result of moral decadence. You see, the sacred. So we say the sacred, the Jewish, and then when you take the Ewe, they have a say in our moral formation. All these taboos and all that. Assuming in Ghana we are having galamsey. Assuming they decree that all those forest areas are a taboo, nobody should go there, nobody will go. But because you have Christianity, and Christian God is so merciful, he doesn't do anything, there is galamsey.
Thank you for being so merciful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, for your paper. We will listen to your respondent. You have 5 minutes.
I wish to, indeed, I'm also Ewe. I wish to begin this response by congratulating Father Salakbi for this study, which examines child morality from both Jewish and Ewe traditions. The study is definitely important as a result of the changing cultural landscape that is affecting practically all African cultures, with Ewe culture being no exception. The work uses an intercultural approach and African biblical hermeneutics as a method of study. The article is structured into 3 parts. First, an analysis of the 5 biblical passages. Second, a discussion on elements of Ewe tradition. Among these are Ewe rites of passage, such as child naming ceremonies, puberty rites, marriage rites, and funerals. The part on funerals on page 16 is, however, only listed but not discussed. The third part has to do with irresponsibility, the result of moral decadence. In this section, the author discusses the role of the sacred society in the upbringing of children and the exile as a consequence of moral decadence. The importance of understanding these Ewe traditions and how they intersect with Jewish traditions cannot be overemphasized, and I thank my colleague in his attempt to bring these to the fore. Having said that, the respondent has a few concerns and questions which I suggest the author considers. 1. While the author begins by invoking intercultural perspectives and African biblical hermeneutics as a method, the text could be improved by clarifying in at least 1 or 2 paragraphs the nature of the method, the steps to be employed, and the rationale for the choice and relevance of the particular approach being adopted for the study. 2. The author studies a wide number of texts: Deuteronomy chapter 4, 1 to 8, Deuteronomy 6, 20 to 25, 1 Samuel 2, 12 to 17, 22 to 25, 27 to 36, 4, 10 to 22, 1 Samuel 8, 1 to 5, Sirach 6, 32 to 37. While the author does not give any reason for the choice of the text, I want to note that the text span the Torah, the prophetic books, and wisdom literature. This perhaps provides a panoramic view of the problem of child morality. 3. However, it is not exactly clear the criterion for the selection of some of the individual texts. For example, in the first text, Deuteronomy chapter 4, 1 to 8, there is no mention of children. The author must have a reason for choosing it. However, some justification would clarify the matter. Moreover, it is the view of the reviewer that perhaps a choice of one of these texts to analyze in much more detail might have been more suitable. 4. On page 3, the author notes, and I quote, "The inheritance of the land is vital in bringing forth life for Israel and their recognition as a people," unquote. I would rather ask, is it not rather the laws and statutes, Hukimu Mishpatim, mentioned in verses 5 to 8, which are the elements which give life, and not rather the land? Was Israel not constituted in the desert, at least from the point of view of the priestly writer, precisely to show that her existence did not depend on the land, but rather on the law? And how does the author react to this? 5. Regarding the structure of the paper, I would like to suggest some work needs to be done, especially on the third part. I've already noted that the part on death and funerals is not elaborated. Exactly how this relates to child morality is therefore unclear. 6. The third part is titled Irresponsibility, the result of moral decadence. I would rather ask if irresponsibility could not also be the cause of moral decadence. Moreover, the first 2 sections in this part rather have to do with the role of the sacred and society in shaping child morality. Part 3 ends with the exile as punishment for moral decadence. I suggest, therefore, that the aspect of the role of traditions in shaping morality be separated from the section on the consequences of the same for society, and each section worked on separately. 7. Regarding the elements of Ewe culture, I would have thought that one element of the culture, for example, the child naming ceremonies, would have been taken and dealt with in greater detail. Quite an amount of space is rather given to discussing marriage as an element of Ewe tradition, which I think is important, but maybe less particular as far as child morality is concerned. In fact, only one line in this entire section mentions street children, almost in passing, as a consequence of failed marriage. We do know, for instance, that our traditional marriage often includes pieces of advice, proverbs for parenting, and I think if you insist on using them, then many more of these examples should enter into the text to strengthen the paper. A number of typographical errors have been noted in text for the benefit of the author. Once again, I commend the author for this work, and I urge some revision in view of publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. 5 minutes. Please take Michael as an example. Thank you, thank you. Yes, Alex, I think I'll give you 1 minute to maybe say something about your respondent's contribution.
Well, yes, I've heard what is said. But at the beginning, I did explain. I said I have taken the test because the first instruction to the people, to adults, to observe the law, to know the law, because they are supposed to teach the children. Then I said the one, Deuteronomy 6, specifically mentioned teach children. Then if the children fail to observe the law, the consequences, that's when I go to Samuel. Then after Samuel, now I'm saying the youth must put in some kind of energy to be able to learn. That's when I treat the book of Sirach. So I think I did explain that, and I think it's written in there anyway. Then about the land gives, you see, the land, it gives status, social status. So if you're an exile, you don't belong anywhere. So observance of the law will enable them to live on the land. And that is when they have a name, that is why they will be a people. If you're an exile, you are not free. So
okay.
That is what I mean by that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we listen to Paulin Pukuta. So after Pukuta's paper and the respondent, we will have, let's say before break, we will have 10 minutes to ask questions on all the papers we've heard so far, and then we go for the break. Mon cher Paulin, tu as 15 minutes. 15. Non, ben tu n'as pas écouté, je donne 15 minutes. Et le répondant, Amici, tu as 5 minutes. Il y en a 2? Bon, nous allons choisir celui qui va respecter les 5 minutes. Bon, en attendant qu'il se décide, Paulin.
Ben, j'en ai 2, hein, alors voilà.
Ah oui.
Les filles, on en a 2. Hein. Alors, merci. Je ne sais pas si on se présente toujours.
Oui, ce serait
voilà.
Bien. Tu as 15 secondes.
Alors, ça sera rapide, hein, je suis donc Paulin Pukuta, prêtre diocésain de l'archidiocèse de Pointe-Noire, du vrai Congo, enfin, du Congo-Brazzaville. Alors, je viens donc d'un pays qui a connu 2 ans, ou même 3 ou 4, de violence, de guerre. Et dans ces moments de violence, les enfants ont été les plus impactés. Donc, ce que je vais dire, ce n'est pas simplement l'exégète qui parle, mais c'est celui qui a fait l'expérience de la violence. Et quand on a fait l'expérience de la violence, on ne fait plus l'exégèse de la même manière. Hein, on ne se contente pas de décortiquer les textes, on pense, chaque fois qu'on regarde le texte, à tous ces enfants qu'on a vus couchés sur la route. Alors,
J'ai pris donc ce texte de Matthieu 2, 16, 18, que nous connaissons très bien. Quelle est la fonction de ce texte, qui est un texte bizarre? On le trouve uniquement chez Matthieu. Alors, pour répondre à la question, je commence par une anecdote qui sera enlevée donc de mon temps de parole. Donc, l'autre jour, il y a 2 semaines, il y a eu une très belle émission à TF1 à Paris pendant 10 minutes, un reportage sur la violence dans l'Est de la RDC. Je ne sais pas s'il y en a qui ont suivi ça, vraiment une très belle émission. Et là, on montrait justement la violence dont les enfants sont victimes, mais aussi la violence qu'on leur fait faire. Les enfants à qui on donne des fusils. Et le plus grave, on a vu cette jeune fille qui a été violentée, et on lui a donné une machette avec comme mission d'achever ceux qui étaient blessés. Achever les blessés avec la machette. Et la jeune fille est encore vivante. Après l'émission, à la télé, on est passé tout de suite à autre chose. C'est ce que j'appelle la banalisation de la violence. Donc l'objectif de ce texte de Matthieu 2, 16, 18, qui est un texte éminemment christologique, c'est vrai, mais Matthieu est là pour justement montrer que Jésus assume la violence des enfants, et en assumant la violence des enfants, il nous invite à débanaliser la violence. Je crois que le plus grand péché, et particulièrement dans l'Église, c'est la banalisation des choses. Et ce qui nous arrive aujourd'hui dans l'Église, c'est justement parce que pendant longtemps, on a banalisé certaines choses et après, on est surpris. Donc, quand je dis ça, eh bien, je vois que ma conférence est presque terminée. Mais comme j'ai encore 20 minutes, alors je peux continuer. Alors, donc, vous avez la feuille de route. Je pense qu'on a l'affiché, mais vous l'avez tous, hein, la feuille de route. Donc, j'ai 3 parties. La première partie, c'est la présentation du texte, la violence faite aux enfants. Donc, dans cette partie, vous le verrez donc dans le texte, je montre simplement que nous avons ici un texte vraiment qui est cohérent et qui, on peut le prendre vraiment comme un texte entier dans sa délimitation. Et le langage de ce texte est un langage éminemment violent. On le voit à travers le vocabulaire de la violence, mais on le voit aussi à travers les personnages, des personnages violents, Hérode lui-même, les militaires qu'il envoie, mais aussi les complices de la violence, les scribes et les autres qui se taisent, et puis bien sûr les victimes de la violence, à savoir les enfants. Et on voit bien sûr tous les détails qui montrent bien l'ampleur de la violence. Hein, donc, il prend vraiment pour éviter qu'ils se trompent, eh bien, il prend donc de plus d'âge jusqu'à 2 ans. Et bien sûr, ce texte qui parle donc de la violence, en fait, nous prépare à la violence qu'on va avoir dans l'ensemble de l'évangile, hein, donc de Matthieu. Vous avez par exemple le texte des invités, vous avez le texte des vignerons homicides, et puis bien sûr le texte de la Passion. Alors au-delà de l'anecdote, donc la deuxième partie, alors bien sûr il y a le débat, historicité ou non-historicité du texte, c'est un débat qui continue jusqu'à présent. Au début, on disait qu'en se basant particulièrement sur Flavius Joseph, on disait que Hérode était un homme très violent, donc il n'est pas impossible qu'il ait fait cela. Mais d'autres disent non, il n'y a aucun historien qui en parle. Et aujourd'hui, il y a une historienne française qui enseigne à Lyon, qui dit même que le texte de Flavius Joseph Il y a des doutes dessus. Lui pense plutôt que Hérode était un homme bien qui a reconstruit le temple, ainsi de suite. En tout cas, tout ce qu'on lui prête comme violence, c'est de l'anti-hérodisme. Mais au-delà de cette querelle donc, sur l'historicité, le texte nous amène à regarder toute forme de violence faite aux enfants. Alors j'ai pris deux formes de violence faites aux enfants qu'on retrouve dans la Bible. Je dois vous faire un aveu. C'est en préparant ce texte, je me suis rendu compte que dans la Bible, il y avait aussi des crimes rituels sur les enfants. Ah, ça, vraiment, je ne savais pas. Donc, il y a ces crimes rituels donc, sur les enfants, un peu comme ceux que les enfants ont sacrifiés à Moloch. Les Hébreux ont imité la même chose. Donc, surtout quand il y avait des problèmes, eh bien, on sacrifiait les enfants. Alors, bien sûr, les prophètes ont vite réagi. Et vous avez particulièrement le texte de sacrifice d'Isaac, qu'on lit de manière très pieuse. Mais le sacrifice d'Isaac, c'est une contestation des sacrifices des enfants. Donc, à travers cela, Dieu montre à Abraham que je ne suis pas comme ces dieux à qui on sacrifie les enfants. Moi, je suis le Dieu de la vie. Alors, bien sûr, les Juifs vont se ressaisir et ils vont donc annuler donc, les sacrifices des enfants. Mais il y a une autre forme de violence, c'est dans l'éducation. Quand vous lisez les livres sapientiaux, l'éducation faite aux enfants est très, très violente. Donc on passe de la violence sacrificielle à la violence éducative, mais ça reste quand même de la violence. Et puis il y a la lumière, la lecture des textes à la lumière du prophète Jérémie. Et je vois que c'est Paul qui en a parlé hier, hein, donc avec la figure de Joseph et de l'autre. À ce qui nous amène donc à la portée, à la fonction du texte. La fonction du texte, donc c'est la troisième partie. La première fonction, c'est une fonction éminemment christologique. Donc à travers, donc en introduisant par une formule qui revient souvent chez Matthieu, donc la formule d'accomplissement, qui chez Matthieu a une fonction éminemment christologique. Donc le texte, effectivement, éminemment christologique, un peu comme dans le texte de l'Exode 1 à 2. Mais Matthieu ne s'arrête pas simplement à l'aspect christologique, il va montrer que le Christ assume la violence faite aux enfants. Que ce soit un fait historique ou pas, mais Matthieu veut tirer la sonnette d'alarme en disant que le Christ assume la violence qui est faite aux enfants. Et le fait que le Christ assume la violence qui est faite aux enfants, eh bien, il devient un moment d'espérance. Quand Matthieu prend le texte donc, de Jérémie, il ne cite qu'une partie. Mais nous connaissons comment faisaient donc ceux qui reprennent donc les textes bibliques. En citant une partie, en fait, ils pensaient à l'ensemble. Et effectivement, dans l'autre partie, qui n'est pas citée ici, c'est serait trop long, Jérémie parle de l'espérance. Donc Jérémie ne s'arrête pas simplement au fait de la violence, de l'esclavage, mais il annonce la fin de l'esclavage. Donc ce moment d'espérance, Matthieu le reprend également. Donc Jésus, en assumant la violence faite aux enfants, devient une espérance et pour les enfants et pour tous. Et la troisième partie, 5 minutes, ça va aller. Vous voyez que j'ai la troisième partie, donc la dernière. Épouser la cause de Dieu. Et ça, c'est important. Donc, Matthieu montre que il faut, aux chrétiens maintenant qui s'adressent, il faut épouser la cause de Dieu, la cause du Christ qui a épousé qui épouse la cause des enfants, nous, à notre tour, nous devons épouser la cause de Dieu en faveur des enfants. Et dans le texte, nous avons les mages qui épousent en fait la cause de l'enfant. Ils viennent adorer l'enfant. Et à l'inverse, nous avons bien sûr Hérode, nous avons ses soldats, mais nous avons aussi les exégètes de l'époque et les théologiens qui épousent la cause d'Hérode. J'espère que ce n'est pas notre cas en ce moment. Donc, ils épousent par leur silence la violence qui est faite aux enfants. Finalement, Matthieu, en débanalisant la violence faite aux enfants, pose la question: quelle cause épousez-vous? De quel côté êtes-vous? Donc, on ne peut pas en sortir neutre de ce texte-là. De quel côté est-ce que moi je me trouve? De quel côté êtes-vous? Du côté des enfants massacrés, ou du côté d'Hérode, ou du côté des scribes, ou du côté des autres? En conclusion, je vois que j'ai encore 2 minutes. En conclusion, je vais quand même lire ma conclusion, non? Oh, elle est très belle, tu vas voir. Mais seulement je ne la retrouve plus.
C'est moi seul qui approuve. Oui.
Ah, elle est là, t'inquiète pas. Alors la conclusion, c'est: le massacre des enfants en Matthieu, un miroir pour l'Afrique, avec un point d'interrogation fictif. La péricope mathéenne du massacre des innocents a fortement marqué l'art religieux, ce qui montre bien l'impact qu'il a eu et qu'il peut avoir encore aujourd'hui. Elle touche les esprits, les cœurs et les affects, surtout lorsque notre histoire personnelle ou communautaire a été marquée par ce type de violence. C'est mon cas. On comprend que cet épisode était le point de départ de transfert mémoriel. Et là, c'est un danger. Ceux-ci n'ont cessé de se renouveler en amalgamant des thématiques d'actualité différentes selon les époques et les pays. La lecture midrashique du texte nous met à l'abri de lectures idéologiques. Néanmoins, l'extrême violence du texte de Matthieu nous renvoie à celle des faits d'hier et d'aujourd'hui. En ce sens, cette péricope brève et incisive est un miroir pour l'Afrique. Elle montre les ressorts d'une réalité ancrée dans nos quotidiens et qui s'oppose au projet de Dieu. Elle entend également rendre compte des voies de sortie que suggère le Seigneur de la vie. En effet, la parole de Dieu ne donne pas des réponses toutes faites, elle invite à des déplacements, à des conversions. En ce sens, notre texte tire la sonnette d'alarme et provoque à toiser les acteurs, les complices et les victimes de la violence. L'évangéliste nous présente en Jésus-Christ celui qui assume la condition de l'enfant maltraité. Comme nouvel Abraham et nouveau Moïse, il est l'anti-Moloch et l'anti-Pharaon qui refuse la banalisation du sacrifice multiforme des enfants. Les enfants soldats, les enfants dits sorciers, moi je crois qu'il faut préciser, les enfants violés ou violentés ou violemment éduqués, les garçons et les filles bons et bonnes à tout faire, dans les familles, les plantations et même parfois dans les paroisses, hélas. Matthieu nous invite également à débanaliser les crimes rituels censés donner la possibilité d'accéder à des postes de responsabilité. Dans certains pays, que je ne citerai pas pour des raisons diplomatiques, eh bien, aux approches des élections, il y a des enfants qui disparaissent et on les retrouve émancipés parce qu'ils sont censés donner la possibilité d'accéder au pouvoir. Il est des contrées où le viol d'enfants est censé guérir des pandémies comme le sida. Toutes ces souffrances subies dans la résignation et le silence sont une des causes de la délinquance infantile qui reproduit la violence de nos sociétés. En témoignent ces groupes d'enfants qui terrorisent nos cités avec une extrême férocité. Dans les deux Congos, il y a les bébés noirs, ailleurs il y a les microbes, ainsi de suite. En somme, comme miroir, le texte de Matthieu nous renvoie à notre réalité et nous sort de nos mythes africains sur l'enfant bien, roi, ainsi de suite, en vue d'un processus de conversion et d'engagement quotidien. Ce texte nous invite donc à épouser la cause de Dieu. Je termine par... oh, il a disparu mon texte je voulais donner un texte de Wenin, mais en fait, ce n'est pas grave. En commentant justement le livre de la Genèse, la violence dans la Genèse, Wenin dit justement que ce texte, un peu comme celui-ci, nous invite à épouser la cause de Dieu. Voilà le message de Matthieu.
Merci.
Je vous remercie.
Merci.
Je te remercie, Paul.
Merci beaucoup.
Je vous remercie tous et à très bientôt.
Alors, Patrick, you have the floor to respond.
Alors, Paulin, je me rends compte qu'il y a deux répondants pour ton... Hein? Non, 10 minutes. Les répondants, 5 minutes seulement. Alors,
So you will send your paper to Paulin, but you give us the gist.
Ok, alors, donc, pour aller directement au sujet lui-même, j'ai voulu relire ton texte à la lumière un peu sur la question herméneutique que tu ouvres, que tu fais voir. Et à partir de ta question herméneutique, j'apporte un approfondissement sur la question de l'histoire et la théologie. Alors tu dis bien sûr que la Bible est un miroir qui nous renvoie nos vies quotidiennes. Ça, c'est une affirmation dès le départ. Alors comment apparaît ce miroir? Comment apparaît le miroir? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? La délimitation du texte que tu fais est un premier exercice pour comprendre ce miroir. Alors, le miroir est basé, la base du massacre dont tu parles est fondée sur le ridicule. Hérode est ridiculisé par les mages qui ont pris un autre chemin. Et c'est là que vient sa colère. Donc, tu soulignes bien le ridicule et la colère. Le massacre est total, comme tu montres, c'est tout le monde qui passe, jusqu'à l'âge de 2 ans. Et c'est ici que je voudrais faire ma réflexion méthodologique. L'auteur montre donc qu'il n'y a pas de fondement historique à ce fait, ce que tu as dit, probablement il n'y en a pas. Je suis d'accord. Mais c'est ici que tu aurais dû faire apparaître un texte midrashique. Tu aurais dû approfondir, à mon avis, la question du midrash. Parce que le midrash articule l'histoire et le sens. Donc tu aurais pu explorer l'histoire et la théologie par le biais du midrash, au lieu de consacrer un paragraphe à part sur la théologie. Tu parles de la théologie, tu parles du sens, mais c'est déconnecté de l'histoire. Qu'est-ce que je veux dire par là? Hérode est un roi sanguinaire qui a voulu attenter à la vie de Jésus. Hérode est mis en parallèle avec Pharaon, qui lui aussi a essayé à attenter à la vie de Moïse. L'auteur le souligne, mais pas dans le contexte de saisir le lien entre l'histoire et la théologie. Car en fait, Jésus est arrivé en Égypte pour en ressortir. Et là, il y a un texte important que tu ne cites pas pour comprendre ce que c'est que l'histoire et la théologie. D'Égypte, j'ai appelé mon fils. Le verset 15 précède le massacre. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il y a dans ce verset 15? En fait, Donc Jésus revient d'Égypte comme Moïse vient d'Égypte. Il est le nouveau Moïse qui vient libérer son peuple. L'histoire est écrite pour dire le sens des événements. Il n'y a pas de théologie sans articulation avec l'histoire humaine. L'histoire n'est pas une série de faits bruts qui se succèdent, mais organise les faits de telle manière pour en tirer le sens. Et là, ici, je fais référence à Thucydide et Polybe, qui nous ont montré comment faire de l'histoire. C'est comprendre le sens des événements. Donc, Matthieu raconte la vie de Jésus, le nouveau Moïse, en articulant l'histoire de Jésus avec Hérode et Pharaon par le biais du Midrash. Alors, donc, pour terminer, parce que je vais vite, c'est par ce biais qu'on aurait pu comprendre qu'il y a de nouveaux Moïse aujourd'hui qui continuent à œuvrer pour que des hommes, pour que des enfants soient protégés, aient une vie meilleure. Donc, je crois que le texte de l'auteur gagnerait en force en articulant fait et sens, histoire et théologie, midrash et sens, montrant que la Bible est le miroir du monde. Donc, je ne vais que dire que cette méthodologie-là, à mon avis, théologie et histoire articulée, donnerait une force nouvelle à ton texte. Merci.
Donc, Paulin,
une
minute.
Deux. Alors d'Égypte, j'ai appelé mon fils. Je vois que ce texte correspond beaucoup plus à la fuite en Égypte. Hein? Enfin, je l'utilise quand j'ai écrit quelque chose sur la fuite en Égypte. À mon avis, ce texte correspond beaucoup mieux. Il y a effectivement la lecture midrashique, mais ici, chez Matthieu, il y a ce qui complète la lecture midrashique, c'est le texte d'accomplissement, qui est très important chez Matthieu. Et ça donne un autre sens, justement, au midrash. Si on s'arrête simplement à la lecture midrashique, c'est vrai, ce que vous dites est vrai. Mais l'accomplissement est important chez Matthieu. Et d'ailleurs, je crois que c'est ce qui va transformer, c'est ce qui fait que on ne peut pas lire de la même manière ce midrash à propos donc de l'évangile de Matthieu qu'à propos de Moïse dans Exode 1 à 2. Donc la lecture d'accomplissement est un autre élément qu'il faudrait ajouter donc à cet aspect donc midrashique. Bon, je vois que Paul me regarde, je m'arrête là.
Tu as compris mon regard.
Voilà,
merci.
nous nous comprenons très bien. En tout cas, merci beaucoup à Fabien. Et merci au deuxième lecteur. Je sais pas s'il y a...
Non, c'est bon. Ils se sont entendus.
Ah, d'accord. OK. Merci.
Alors, je remercie, I thank all the speakers. I was asked to help us follow the plan. You know, we have a planning, and then facilitate the conversation. I'm sorry to have been a bit pushy, but it was just to make sure we follow the time. So we have 20 minutes. We have 20 minutes, and then at 10:50, we go for break, coffee break. So we have 20 minutes. You can relax, ask questions, you know, and then we have been given this. So I've been writing down my own questions. We should make use of it, isn't it? So Chimboto spoke about Job 24, Nwachuku about Esther as orphan, Salapi, Jewish and Ewe traditions, Pukuta, violence against children, Matthew 2. So those who would like to say something, you know what to do. You raise your hand and then you ask your questions. We will take, if you don't mind, a few questions for each of them, if you don't mind. A few questions for each of them. Yes. Moise. First, the list of names. Moise. To whom? Yes. To, not your question. To whom?
To Salapi.
Salaki.
Yes.
So, second question. Yes. To Mary Sylvia. Third. Yes. Four. Silent Church. Your Eminence. Sylvia. Hey, we are back in the church as family. Another question? Okay, so we listen to the first four questions. Moise?
My question is to Salapi, and the main issues that have been raised by the respondent. So, really, I'm waiting for Salapi to address the issues raised by Mensa. I'm left with one question. I was surprised to find the rings among the marriage arrangement. I was surprised because I'm asking myself if it's really cultural or imported.
Well, what I also asked at the time was that why is it even 4? So it's not like maybe the 2 that they use today, but 4. And I was told if the man becomes and is made of gold, if the man becomes maybe irresponsible, then you can will be selling the rings at least to take care of immediate needs. So that was the reason I was given. So there are things that they collect from the person, from the man during the bread wealth, and is kept. So that if he's not providing, then you can now be using that. But from when the ring started, I did not ask that. But my interest was why 4? Why not 1 or 2? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mary Sylvia. So we listen to Andre and His Eminence.
Oui, professeur, j'étais très intéressé par le concept utilisé, pédagogie de Mardoché. Pour moi, c'est très important. Je suis très intéressé par ça. Mais je vous demanderai de donner à partir du livre d'Esther des éléments concrets qui montrent cette pédagogie. Vous avez compris, hein? Mais à partir du texte, parce que ça m'intéresse beaucoup. Merci.
So, thank you for your question. The pedagogy of Mordechai. He's asking sister to show it from the text.
Concrete elements from the text.
From the text, yes. The second question from His Eminence. Mike.
My dear sister, my dear daughter, it's not a question. This is simply a commendation. And and congratulations that this is not the first time you are doing this, highlighting the female dimension of biblical personages to whom we don't often give adequate attention. Okay, we know the story of Esther, but not fully. And it's good the way you have laid it out. I hope I'll get a copy of your paper so that I can share it with my other daughters that are almost like Esther, not poor, not abused, but who are still trying to make an impact in life with the struggles that we all have now. I think we should continue in this because there are a lot of female elements that we men are not seeing very well. To continue the tradition of anti-Jesse. Since we cannot rewrite the Bible, unfortunately.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Okay, Professor. Concrete elements of Mordecai pedagogy. From the story, I said only one sentence was said about what Mordecai did for Esther. He brought up Hadassah, that is Esther. And I said, from Esther's actions, we can deduce what this pedagogy is, what it involves. That when Esther reached the king's harem, she distinguished herself and she won the favor of Haggai. And then looking at what she did, her tenacity, faith, and calling for a 3-day prayer and fasting, the Esther fasting, we could deduce that Mordecai brought her up in the ways of the Lord. And if she was not so passionate about how the Jews were being maltreated in that in Persia, she wouldn't have exerted so much effort, even risked her own life to save her people. So, from her actions, we could deduce what Mordecai taught her in life. That's my thesis.
Thank you. Questions? Yes. Yeah, I know. Albert, I'm coming. Okay. Yes.
She's here.
Thank you very much, Sister Sylvia. I want to affirm that the apostolate of prayer, I'm not asking a question, I'm affirming your conclusion. And in your conclusion, you mentioned the apostolate of prayer. I think that is something that is calling all of us, that in our ministry of education, apostolate of prayer is very key as an element of our ministry. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I teach in a university where I could say 40% of Catholic students have never read the Bible because they were not taught to read it in their homes. You make so much effort bringing them to pray together. So while the bell is ringing for prayers, they are running out of the gate because they are not used to it. So I think the church and ecclesial institutions have a lot to do for our young people today. Many of them have never prayed. Some cannot even pray. So if we introduce them to prayer, and I mean especially girls who are usually prone to abuse and to different kinds of challenges, I think prayer is a weapon for surviving in times of adversity.
There is, sorry, I'm coming, Sister Carol. There is a question Albert wants to ask to Chimboto. Now, sorry? Yes. So he wants, Sister Carol, we'll come back to you. You can even sit aside there. No problem. No, Albert, he has a mic. Yes. Sister.
My question goes to Father Chimboto. I appreciated his presentation. I wait.
I'm sorry, but since you are the one asking, the agreement was to send questions to Father Chimboto. He didn't want to have a direct interaction, but that's fine.
What to do now?
No, it depends on you.
He proposed at the last point, renewing African tradition. How can you do it in this digitalized world where the trend is going? How to renew the African tradition? Because you said in Africa there is no adoption. It is not necessary because the child belongs to the community.
In my studies, normally I write about a tradition, not clearly about interculturality. But I said tradition. I know that the traditions are changing, are facing new challenges. For example, for Africa, we have these dogmas, a community and solidarity. But now we realize that in confront of the new generation, the post-colonial situation, we are losing our Africa, but we have no new identity. This is our confusion. We are living from an old tradition, but we didn't took a new one. Yes. So I think we, as a scholar, we are called to enter just in this confused moment to give it light. What is to do, like in the book of Job, I think at the time of Job, the dogma of retribution was in crisis. So Job entered just to say that the innocent suffering, it is not a curse. Now, it's some kind of a mystery, because we see at the end of the book of Job, and Job said, will say, I put my hand on my before the theophany. There is something we cannot maybe understand, or we understand this in God. I think that we are in a crisis in Africa, but I have no solution. But I know the problem, and we as a scholar, we must go there, and maybe we can revitalize our good tradition. For example, community. We lost yesterday we spoke about the family or Biaju family with Father. Yeah, with Father Udekpo. We talk about a family that is displaced to West society, and that family took, I think, very well the values of that society. And the woman grew up, the children, and she was very successful. But we here in Africa, we are not African and we are not West people. This is our problem. And with scholar, we are called to enter and to give light, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Pardon. But Father Ngengi will travel with me. He could ask him in the flight. So I think
that's why, I gave him the floor to ask his question. So, Sister Carol, you wanted to ask a question? No? Okay, that's fine. Other questions? Okay, so I think we have no questions left. All the questions have been sent to the WhatsApp group. So thank you for the questions. I will give the mic to Father Mike. It's a play on words. And then at 10:50, we have our break. And we come back at 11:05. Let's be sharp on time, otherwise we will keep pushing. Eternity belongs to God, not to us.
Thank you very much, Father Paul, moderator. Let's give him a round of applause for the moderation and for keeping us within time. Thank you. So first and foremost, I want to acknowledge His Grace, the Archbishop, Most Reverend John Bonaventure Kofi. He's with us again today. Your Grace, we truly appreciate your presence with us. I also want to introduce the Vice Secretary General of SECAM, Father Alfred Bebudu. Father, thank you for representing the Secretary General here. Two quick things. First and foremost, those who have who want some medication, I think there's some who went to the infirmary. The medication is ready, so you can go to see the doctor and collect your medication. Il y a ceux qui sont allés ce matin chez le médecin. Les comprimés sont prêts. Vous pouvez passer là-bas pour retirer les choses. The second one is that I will soon be coming round with a list for you to confirm your departures so that we are sure that we have the right time to make sure you don't miss your flight. I'm sure that everybody understands that. Thank you.
So we can now go for the break. What time? It is 10 to... donc, comment on gère le temps? C'est bon? So, we'll resume at 11:05. 11:05 sharp, we resume our work.
Salut. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Grant. I am married. I have one wife. And we have 2 children and 1 grandchild. We used to live in Africa, and now we live in Canada where we started. My paper is called The Slaughtered Children of Bethlehem and the Child Jesus in Egypt, Views of Childhood in the Coptic Use of Matthew 2, 13 to 23, but I'm going to skip almost everything I said about the slaughter of the innocents because we have 2 papers on that, and spend most of my time dealing with the passage about Jesus in Egypt. If the account in Matthew is correct, then it is probable that the child Jesus took his first steps in Africa after the Lord and his family escaped to Egypt to avoid murder at the hands of Herod the Great. And so this paper will examine the afterlife of Matthew 2 in the Coptic Orthodox Church in Egypt. The Coptic Church has long cherished this tradition of the flight into Egypt, using Old Testament prophetic passages, ancient sources, including the so-called infancy gospels, a document called the Vision of Theophilus, and other local traditions. The Coptic Church has developed pilgrimage sites tracing the route of the Holy Family. Stories connected with both the flight into Egypt and the slaughter of the innocents preserve important theological and devotional emphases, including important views of childhood. So we go to the issue of the flight into Egypt. The sources for the Coptic reception of the story of the flight of the Holy Family into Egypt go well beyond the story that we find in Matthew. These sources are, as the writer to the Hebrews might say, many and various. Drawing on the book of Revelation, Hippolytus contended that the Holy Family stayed in Egypt for 3.5 years. Hippolytus may have been reflecting on Egyptian tradition since he had significant contact with Egypt, and especially with Origen. The Coptic Church continues to hold that the Holy Family spent 3.5 years in Egypt. Origen himself, in his work against Celsus, mentions the miraculous occurrences involved in Jesus' sojourn in Egypt, while at the same time rejecting Celsus' claims that Jesus learned magic while he was in Egypt. Around the year 400, a work called A History of the Monks in Egypt recounted the experiences of 7 pilgrims to Egypt in the late 4th century. Included in those accounts is a reference to the visit to a monk named Apollo. And the document says this: "We visited another holy man named Apollo in the territory of Hermopolis, where the Savior went with Mary and Joseph in fulfillment of the prophecy of Isaiah, which says, 'Behold, the Lord rides upon a swift cloud and shall come to Egypt, and the idols of Egypt will be moved at his presence and shall fall to the ground.'" That's Isaiah 19, verse 1. "And indeed we saw there the temple where all the idols fell on their faces on the ground at the entrance of the Savior into the city." Other texts have very similar episodes that are recorded. In the Gospel of Pseudo-Matthew, there is perhaps an older Egyptian tradition which tells that while in a cave, Mary, Joseph, Jesus, 3 male servants and a female servant were confronted by dragons. And Pseudo-Matthew says this: "Then the Lord, even though he was not yet 2 years old, roused himself, got to his feet, and stood in front of them. And the dragons worshipped him. When they finished worshiping him, they went away. Then was fulfilled what was spoken by the prophet in the Psalms. Praise the Lord from the earth, O dragons, and all places of the abyss. The Lord Jesus Christ, though still a small child, walked along with them so that he might not be a burden to anyone. Mary and Joseph were saying to one another, It would be better for these dragons to kill us than to harm the child. But Jesus said to them, do not think of me as a young child, for I have always been the perfect man and am now, and it is necessary for me to tame every kind of wild beast. That's Pseudo-Matthew chapter 18, verses 1 and 2. Among other things, these traditions reflect on the meaning of the childhood nature of Jesus. To be sure, Pseudo-Matthew highlights the divinity of the Christ child. The dragons worship him, just as the trees worship Jesus, just as the idols fell on their faces in the story of the history of the monks in Egypt. But in Pseudo-Matthew, we see also a desire to preserve the full and perfect humanity of Christ. And doing so, Pseudo-Matthew is hesitant to portray Jesus as living what we might call an ordinary or normal childhood. Though he is still an infant, Jesus stands and walks and converses like an adult. An implication may be that an ordinary child is less than perfect. The child Jesus is really, in some of these texts, an adult in child form. There are other infancy gospel traditions. Probably the most wild one is from the infancy gospel of Thomas, which does not come from Egypt, but was known in Egypt. It's not clear how popular it was, but in the infancy gospel of Thomas, Jesus is, we might call him a holy terror. He uses his supernatural powers in a way that seems capricious, mean-spirited, and vicious, killing off playmates who irritate him and withering teachers who discipline him. Is this the loving Savior of the canonical tradition? Oscar Kuhlman said. He goes on, the boy, Kuhlman, this is Kuhlman's words, the boy not only possesses all the wisdom of the age, but baffles all human teachers by his profound and often obscure pronouncements. Here we may see contact with Gnostic speculation, for the schoolboy already proclaims them and becomes a Gnostic revealer. The boy already possesses all divine wisdom in its full range and has no need whatever of that growth in wisdom of which Luke 2 speaks. We have little knowledge of how popular these traditions were in Egypt, although we know that some of them are quite popular because we have numerous Coptic texts of some of these documents. Of course, the Galatian decree, probably 5th century, declared that numerous apocryphal gospels and Acts and Apocalypses are not to be received, but that didn't mean that people stopped reading them. They were still out there. By far the most influential text for the Coptic Church's view of the flight into Egypt is the vision of Theophilus. This work purports to be an extended vision of the Virgin Mary to the Coptic Patriarch Theophilus, who reigned from 384 to 412. Delivered in a homily which was then recorded by his successor, Cyril of Alexandria. The actual origin of the text may be much later than the 5th century. The original was composed in Coptic, but now survives in Syriac, in Arabic, and also in Ethiopic texts. The vision describes numerous episodes in the 3.5-year sojourn of the Holy Family. Most of the work describes miraculous events effected by the child Jesus. He creates wells in the desert, in one case by making the sign of the cross on the ground, having the idols in temples fall down in worship before him, as we've seen in earlier texts, being honored by mountains, animals, stones, and trees of Egypt, turning camels into stone, healing the sick and those possessed by demons, cursing a town in which the family were not welcomed, turning a staff into an olive tree, and escaping from Herod's pursuing soldiers. Throughout the narrative, Jesus often appears as an ordinary child. He feeds at his mother's breast. He cries. He is often carried by Mary or Joseph or Salome, who is with them, according to this text. In the words of Mary to Theophilus, excuse me, I shall show you the one who was with me, who grasped at my knees and looked at my face as all other children do when they weep before their mothers until they are carried by them. On the other hand, Jesus sometimes walks along with the rest of the family and certainly converses in an adult manner. Most of all, he is a person of great spiritual authority, healing, commanding, and teaching. In many ways, he is portrayed as a full-grown adult in a child's body. But the vision is also clear that this is a divine child, not simply because he works miracles, because other holy men could do the same, but because he receives the worship of those around him. Of interest is a family experience in which they are given housing by a refugee. This happens numerous times. They face dangers. They're pursued by Herod's soldiers. They are robbed by bandits and so forth. But in one particular story, Jesus is given a bath in which he laughs and splashes around like an ordinary child. But the woman who gives him the bath, who is the wife of a robber who turns out to be the Egyptian robber who is at the right hand of Jesus when he is crucified, the woman takes the foam from the bath and anoints people with it, and they are healed. Using all of these traditions and other local traditions, by the 12th century, itineraries begin to be produced detailing the places that the Holy Family were believed to have visited. Merci. Especially important is the late 12th or early 13th century work, Churches and Monasteries of Egypt, which records numerous local traditions. On the basis of these, Pope Shenouda III, who was Pope lived from 1923 to 2012, set up a patriarchal commission to produce an official map of the Holy Family's journey in Egypt. Now, if you go to Egypt, tour operators will offer visits to these sites. Such visits provide pilgrims with opportunities to worship. They welcome the curious who are glad to part with their money to benefit the economy of the country and of the Coptic Church. Importantly, the story of the Holy Family in Egypt is seen by the Coptic Church as honoring that African land by allowing it to play a pivotal role in the history of salvation. This is what the Coptic Synaxarium says for the 24th day of Bashan, which is the 1st of June. It's the feast of the entry of the Holy Family into Egypt. It says, one reason for this feast, or for the entry into Egypt, was to bless the people of Egypt by being among them, so that the prophecy of Hosea chapter 11 verse 1 could be fulfilled, which says, out of Egypt I have called my son. And also the prophecy of Isaiah 19:1, behold, the Lord rides on a swift cloud and will come into Egypt. The idols of Egypt will totter at his presence, and the heart of Egypt will melt in its midst. The Synaxarium continues, we ought to celebrate this feast spiritually with joy, for our Lord Jesus honored our land. Matthew's story of the childhood of Jesus in Egypt is, to say the least, brief. The gap of silence between the escape to Egypt and the Holy Family's return to Nazareth allowed Egyptian and other early church writers to speculate about what Jesus did during this period. The portrayal of Jesus as a child, therefore, naturally reflects ideas about children common during the time in which these infancy traditions were developed. Since writers in the first century were debating the nature of Christology, since the first century, how humanity and the divinity of Jesus should be described, it is natural that we should see in these texts a certain wrestling with that idea, which means that God himself became a child. In these traditions, therefore, we sometimes see Jesus as a normal child. He cries, he is hungry, he is thirsty, he feeds at Mary's breast, he is carried and bathed. But we also see Jesus, sometimes in the same text, portrayed as an adult who looks like a child. He walks and talks like an adult. Importantly, Jesus also appears in these texts as a divine being. And so a tension appears in these traditions between conceiving of the divinity of Jesus as primarily a revelation of the love of God, or primarily a revelation of the power of God. As a God of love, the infant Jesus comforts his parents, heals the sick, delivers those oppressed by demons, forgives the penitent thief well ahead of time, provides water for the thirsty, and so forth. Jesus is seen as a God of power in many of these same actions, but also in that he judges those who oppose him and receives worship from idols, stones, animals, trees, and humans. It's fitting to quote Pope Shenouda III in conclusion. In a sermon in 1981 for the feast of the visit of the Holy Family to Egypt, the Patriarch commented on some words from Isaiah 19, which let me read the entirety of this. See, the Lord is riding on a swift cloud and comes to Egypt. The idols of Egypt will tremble at his presence, and the heart of the Egyptians will melt within them. On that day there will be an altar to the Lord in the center of the land of Egypt, and a pillar to the Lord at its border. On that day Israel will be the third with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the earth, of whom the Lord of hosts has blessed, saying, Blessed be my people. We should note that there is only one place in the Hebrew Bible in which a people other than Israel is called Ami, my people, and that is Egypt. Shenouda wrote that the reference to an altar in the midst of Egypt signifies that salvation was through the blood of Jesus, and that the prophecy of an altar in the midst of the country of Gentiles shows that Jesus is the real offering to the world. He stated that Isaiah foretold salvation through Jesus Christ, for Christ, our Passover lamb, has been sacrificed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So please don't forget to write down your questions. Now we will listen to Sister Okure. She will respond to Bishop Grant. She has 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Grant, your paper is very rich. What I like about it is the view of childhood from another tradition. And this Coptic tradition is a place where you yourself have worked. So it takes us out of the Eurocentric vision of looking at the text to another tradition located in Africa. So I find that very rich. And the sources that you have cited invites us to revisit those sources. So Africa, and I know that it didn't come up. We talk about Africa as a land of refuge, where they take refuge. I mean, going back to Abraham, that's where it started. But that's another whole story right off. But then when you would have there in the paper that the cry of the children in Bethlehem at the slaughter reminds people of the cry of God's people in Egypt. So what we have here is a reverse reading. And I think we need to look at that, because quite often Africa is just the land where, the kings of the Egyptians is slow for his great love is without end. The vilification of Egypt needs to be looked at. And I think that's one of the points that your paper has raised. Then the other issue is, this question of what happened to Jesus as a child. We have his birth, and then the next thing we have is the temple. At this point, he is 12 years old, and he goes, what happened in between? And I think this text that you are citing is asking us to try to look at what happened during that period. The other question or issue that is being raised is, how do you handle a word that becomes flesh, that is divine, fully, truly divine, and fully, truly human at this stage? And maybe that is not just for Jesus, because when we're talking about children in Africa, they've been baptized. And if they are baptized, then they are God's flesh and blood children. To what extent do we get them to be aware of that reality in their lives? I think the struggle to, putting Jesus as a child and as a, divine is struggling with that. And maybe it's something we need to struggle more with in bringing up children in Africa, because in their minds, divinity, being divine, is not even there. Especially when we have a theology of sin and sinners, and Pope Francis says we are more aware of sin in our lives than of grace. And I don't think we have brought up the children sufficiently, and when I'm talking about children, I include myself, sufficiently to realize the divinity in us and what we do with that. So that is it. I call my son out of Egypt. I know NSA Zogu, God rest his soul. He said we need to look at that. Maybe a lady and these people, because when you have problem, you run to your fathers and grandparents' home. What about what about the Egyptian origin of the Holy Family? And I would go beyond that. We haven't sufficiently explored the Egyptian origin of Israel, of the people of God, because Canaan was, so that's interesting. So thank you very much. I have other things to say, but they say, it's time to stop. I just saw your paper today. I'm listening to you, so I am responding extempore, but it's a very rich paper that raises many questions, not just for you, but for us, struggling with the reading of the Bible in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. Yeah, I wish I had more time to go over some of the other things, but Egypt is mentioned 700 times in the Old Testament, and many of those times, and the times we tend to focus on, Egypt is a place of slavery, a place of oppression. But there is also this tradition throughout the Old Testament, and it goes into the New Testament, that Egypt is a place of refuge. As you mentioned, Abraham goes there, but others, there's a series of people who go to Egypt when they need to escape, because there is food there. The Nile produces food, because there's some kind of political stability there much of the time. And so that tradition becomes very important here. I like what you were saying about kind of the Egyptian and therefore African origins of the people of God. We need to look more at Moses and his upbringing in Egypt, even at Joseph and the fact that Ephraim and Manasseh, his children, were Egyptian children. He was married to an Egyptian. There's so much more to say. I think sometimes in African biblical scholarship, we think of African scholarship as going back to when Monsignor Mosengwo did his doctoral thesis. But actually, it goes back much further, back to the 1st century, and even beyond that in the Old Testament and New Testament, there is an African reflection on God's revelation to us.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. Now we will listen to Professor Akotia. You can sit there. Questions will come later. So you see I've put 3 chairs there, so when we will finish the 3 papers, we will take questions, and then the speakers will sit there and answer your questions. I'm sorry, we're trying to manage time. So you have 15 minutes, Professor Akocha. Thank you.
Merci.
J'ai rassuré Paul que je vais respecter les 15 minutes. Il n'a pas besoin de me rappeler quand il restera 5 minutes. Exode 1, 2 et Matthieu 2. Le meurtre impossible des enfants. Les récits de meurtre de nouveau-nés en Exode 1, 2 et en Matthieu 2 sont à prendre pour un motif narratif dont il faut rechercher la signification. Dans ce travail, grâce aux instruments d'analyse de l'esthétique de la réception externe, il s'agira de mettre en évidence la relecture du récit du Pharaon par celui de Hérode. Le conte africain que je convoque pour ma part raconte le meurtre impossible des vieillards. Le conte permet de réaliser une réception des récits bibliques et de formuler une doctrine théologique comme contribution des communautés chrétiennes d'Afrique. Ma communication aura 3 points. D'abord, une esthétique de la réception de Exode 1 à 2. Et puis, j'analyserai Matthieu 2 comme une réception de Exode 1, 2. Et je passerai à une réception africaine de Exode et de Matthieu à travers le conte. Mon premier point. Tout récit est un doigt tendu. Tout récit est un doigt indicateur qu'il ne faut pas prendre pour lui-même. Il invite à voir ce qu'il montre. Exode 1:2 présente la maison de Pharaon comme un feu qui dévore ses enfants. Et la maison de Pharaon est représentée par le fleuve et celle de Jéthro par le puits. La première partie du récit déroule les 3 mesures prises par le Pharaon pour arrêter la superfécondité des fils d'Israël. Chacune de ces mesures est accompagnée de son récit d'échec. Le récit fait voir les fils d'Israël comme un corps étranger dans un espace. Les chefs de corvée font construire la cité par les fils d'Israël. Les sages femmes sur les tables d'accouchement font engendrer les femmes d'Israël. La fille de Pharaon au fleuve récupère un fils d'Israël. Les mesures du Pharaon permettent au récit de représenter l'esclavage à travers le fait de travailler sous le contrôle d'un maître et au profit d'un espace d'autrui. Le récit ne s'arrête pas avec le voyage de l'enfant qui arrive à la maison du Pharaon. C'est le même voyage, le motif narratif de la rencontre au puits, ce qui permet de voir que la rencontre du bébé avec la fille de Pharaon en est un autre. On retrouve les correspondances entre les éléments narratifs. Au fleuve avec la fille de Pharaon qui se lave correspond le puits avec la fille de Jéthro qui puise. Au palais correspond la tente. Le meurtre décidé de tous les enfants sert à montrer l'enfant qui échappe au massacre. Le récit raconte plutôt comment Moïse a échappé aux eaux redoutables de Pharaon pour séjourner comme le buisson dans le feu qui ne le consume pas, sous la tente de Jéthro. Le fleuve et le palais désignent l'Égypte qui consume, tandis que le puits et la tente désignent la montagne qui ne consume pas. Je passe à mon deuxième point. Matthieu 2 comme une réception de Exode 1:2. En Matthieu 2, un roi demande que l'on tue les enfants avec des indications précises. Et un enfant échappe à ce meurtre programmé. L'essentiel de la reprise de Exode 1 et 2 est là. Et il est suffisant pour que l'on reconnaisse les correspondances avec le récit de l'Exode. La Torah avait raconté comment le méchant roi païen n'a pas réussi à tuer le porteur de la Torah. Le récit évangélique raconte comment le méchant roi juif n'a pas réussi à tuer le porteur de l'évangile. C'est la Torah qui était mise en scène à travers le petit Moïse immortel. C'est ce qui est repris par le Nouveau Testament. La réorientation du récit mathéen en faveur des païens est flagrante. Le meurtre des enfants sert cette cause et oblige à saisir la signification narrative au lieu de s'agripper aux faits. La mort de tous. Rappelons Job 1. Ils sont tous morts, sauf moi qui viens vous annoncer la nouvelle. Le messager survivant est la mise en scène de la parole message qui se dégage d'un événement marquant. La mort de tous, sauf de l'élu, est une autre version du motif du meurtre des enfants. Il s'agit de mise en scène de la naissance d'Israël. Le ventre qui le gardait se retrouve cassé. C'est le cas avec l'Exode et l'engloutissement dans la mer, le cas de Noé et le déluge, le cas de Lot et la destruction de Sodome par le feu. Un autre modèle, le petit Moïse qui ne meurt pas entre les mains de Pharaon et le petit Jésus qui ne meurt pas sous Hérode ressemble au livre découvert dans les décombres au temps de Josias. Le livre immortel, ce sont les Écritures. Jean, dans son évangile, montrera Jésus échappe à la tombe, tout comme enfant, il avait échappé au massacre d'Hérode. Il s'agit là aussi d'une variante du motif du meurtre impossible. Comme on le voit, le motif du meurtre des enfants est une version d'une grande famille de récits qui mettent en scène la parole de Dieu qui sort intrépide des ruines et même des tombeaux. Elle conserve son intégrité dans la fosse aux lions et dans la fournaise. La parole est le buisson qu'aucun feu ne peut consumer. Le feu d'Hérode n'a pas consumé Jésus. L'évangile est immortel comme la Torah que le feu de Pharaon ne pouvait pas consommer. L'Afrique a sa propre version du meurtre impossible. Et je passe à mon troisième point. Pour une réception africaine de Exode 1:2 et de Matthieu 2. Le roi est un père qui veut tuer son fils, selon les récits bibliques. Selon le conte africain que je vais raconter tout à l'heure, le roi est plutôt un fils qui veut tuer son père. Mais le drame est le même. Il s'agit de la concurrence entre l'ancien et le nouveau, entre ce qui était là et ce qui vient. Voici le conte. Un roi jeune accède au trône. Il demande à tous les jeunes de tuer chacun son père. Tous obéirent, sauf un qui alla cacher son vieux père dans la brousse. Il allait lui apporter la nourriture en cachette. Par la suite, le roi demande aux jeunes des services, les uns plus compliqués que les autres, avec menace de mort. Grâce au conseil du vieux caché, les jeunes vont échapper à la mort en réussissant toutes les épreuves. À la fin, le roi étonné demande aux jeunes le secret de leur succès. Et il découvrit que c'est grâce au vieux qui a survécu que les jeunes ont gagné les paris et il a résolu de gouverner désormais avec un conseil de vieux sages. Voici quelques exemples des choses que le roi a demandé aux jeunes. Tissez-moi une corde avec des grains de sable. Et voici la réponse. Faites voir l'ancienne corde et nous tisserons le nouveau sur le modèle. Un autre exemple, construisez pour moi un palais flottant entre ciel et terre. Réponse, marquez-nous le périmètre des fondations, etc. La vieillesse représente, dans le conte, la parole sacrée que les récits bibliques ont représentée par l'enfance. Les deux extrêmes traduisent chacun la singularité de la parole sacrée. La parole enfant est une nouveauté qui tient tête à la parole ancienne et qui cherche sa propre place. La parole vieillard est un héritage qui refuse d'être éjecté. N'y aurait-il pas de la place pour l'une et pour l'autre? Doit-il s'éliminer l'un l'autre? L'histoire des missions a deux versions. Le missionnaire présente son évangile comme un enfant que les rois veulent tuer. Mais pour ceux à qui il est envoyé, son évangile ressemble plutôt à un roi qui veut tuer tous les vieillards. Ne racontons pas seulement l'histoire de l'enfant que le roi veut tuer. Racontons aussi l'histoire du roi qui veut tuer tous les vieillards. Il est urgent pour l'exégèse biblique en Afrique de se rendre à l'évidence que les récits bibliques sont montés sur des dynamiques propres aux traditions des peuples qui les ont reçus. Dès lors, il revient à l'Afrique de mettre en œuvre sa propre réception à partir de ses propres traditions. Le meurtre impossible du vieillard signifie que l'Évangile n'a pas pour mission de mettre fin aux fétiches, aux ancêtres, etc. Considérer sa religion comme la meilleure donne seulement le droit de plaisanter avec les autres qui ont autant de raisons pour se considérer de la même manière. La théologie africaine sait que l'élection proclamée par la tradition juive, mais aussi l'accomplissement chrétien proclamé par la tradition gréco-romaine sont simplement des plaisanteries. La manière la plus sûre de tuer un bébé, c'est d'empêcher son sevrage. L'Afrique des ONG, de la communauté internationale et même des missions est un gros bébé non sevré. Le traitement des églises non occidentales comme territoire de mission est une manière aussi de faire perdurer leur enfance. Le problème véritable de l'Afrique est la persistance des soins qu'elle reçoit. Ces rois, tueurs et parrains la maintiennent dans une enfance perpétuelle. Et je conclus. La lecture proposée dans ce travail semble ne pas avoir répondu au thème du congrès sur l'enfant. Les récits bibliques de Exode 2, Exode 1, 2 et de Matthieu 2 représentent la parole de Dieu comme un enfant immortel. L'Afrique présente ces traditions comme un vieillard immortel. L'Afrique invite le missionnaire et la parole de Dieu à ne pas considérer ces traditions comme un roi tueur, mais plutôt comme un vieillard prêt à offrir l'hospitalité. Je vous remercie.
Great, 14 minutes. Thank you. Now we listen to the respondent. He will be as precise as the speaker. 5 minutes. Paulin. Tu peux donner le micro à Paulin, Benjamin. Il est à ta droite. Il est assis à ta droite.
My Lord.
Merci.
Merci Paul, mais entre nous, je vois que c'est plus pratique qu'on s'asseye là-bas. Ici, vraiment, c'est vraiment pas pratique. Hein. Même si on doit gagner 1 minute, je
Non,
pense pas que ce soit...
Pardon,
Oui.
tu peux venir ici.
D'accord, merci.
Oui.
Oui. En Afrique, quand même, on a le temps, non?
Non, non, je parlais, je parlais de la phase des questions.
Oui,
c'est pas les répondants. Les répondants peuvent s'asseoir ici. Pour la phase des questions, ceux qui exposent s'assoient là-bas pour être plus proche de l'ambon. C'était ça le...
Ah, d'accord.
Oh, sorry, I was not clear enough.
Ok, chez moi, on dit qu'il faut crier, hein, pour se faire entendre quand même. Alors, merci. Maintenant que je suis bien assis et que je te regarde. Merci, Benjamin. Tes intuitions qui parfois dérangent. Quand j'ai présenté mon texte ce matin, je pensais bien sûr à ton texte aussi. La manière dont tu as décortiqué Exode 1 et 2, et qui montre bien comment sont mis en récit le meurtre des nouveau-nés, et que le doigt, hein, comme on dit le proverbe, les sots regardent le doigt, mais les sages regardent ce que montre le doigt. Et effectivement, ce que montre le doigt, ce ne sont pas les enfants tués, mais c'est plutôt l'enfant élu qui est préservé. Et effectivement, dans le texte de Matthieu, hein, on retrouve également donc cet enfant, donc le Messie, donc l'enfant Jésus, donc qui est préservé, en faisant donc bien sûr le lien entre ces deux textes. Alors mes questions, c'est, je rebondis sur cela. Je disais ce matin qu'effectivement, si on reste sur l'aspect midrashique, donc du texte donc d'Exode 1 à 2, effectivement, on est sur uniquement l'aspect donc du Christ qui est montré. Mais dans ce texte de Matthieu 2, il y a donc la lecture de Jérémie qui vient compléter donc l'aspect midrashique. Et nous savons que chez Matthieu, les textes d'accomplissement sont très importants. Alors, si bien que, comme je disais ce matin, c'est vrai qu'on a cet aspect christologique, hein, on montre vraiment Jésus, mais il n'y a pas que cela. Le texte de Jérémie nous montre qu'à côté de Jésus, il y a ces gens qui partent donc en exil, et puis le cri de Rachel qui symbolise donc ces enfants donc persécutés, ainsi de suite, même si sur le plan historique, hein, ça pose des problèmes. Donc je crois que bon, c'est peut-être un choix uniquement donc de comparer donc le Midrash et le texte donc de Matthieu, mais si on y ajoute donc la lecture de Jérémie, je vois que ça complète le texte. Mon autre question, c'est à propos de la loi, la Torah, la parole de Dieu. Est-ce que, enfin la question je pose, est-ce que vous n'allez pas un peu trop loin? Hein? Si c'était le texte de Jean, je verrais plus facilement. Hein? Donc le logos, donc Jésus est présent comme logos. Chez Matthieu, est-ce qu'on trouve cette perspective-là? En tout cas, c'est vraiment une question que je me pose. Est-ce que ce n'était pas aller trop loin? L'autre question, la toute dernière, c'est à propos de la réception africaine. Vous nous avez habitués à une réception africaine qui détonne. Et là, c'est une fois de plus le cas. Hein, donc, c'est une bonne chose. Là, par exemple, d'ailleurs, vous le reconnaissez vous-même, donc vous inversez toute la perspective donc, du colloque, ainsi de suite, et même apparemment des textes. Donc, vous proposez un conte où ce sont plutôt les vieillards donc, qui sont mis en exil. Alors, chez moi, je ne sais pas si j'aurai 2 minutes, chez moi, il y a un conte qui parle plutôt d'un enfant qui devait prendre le pouvoir Et les vieux qui étaient là, qui voulaient le pouvoir, voulaient le tuer. Et finalement, il a été préservé par quelqu'un qui est allé le cacher jusqu'à ce que, ayant grandi, eh bien, on l'amène et on l'intronise. Est-ce que ce type de conte ne correspondrait pas mieux au texte? Est-ce que, bon, c'est vrai qu'il y a, comme vous dites, au niveau donc des relectures de chaque communauté, de manière de lire, c'est vrai, mais il y a quand même le texte qui est là. Est-ce que ce n'est pas trop loin, votre relecture, donc qui inverse un peu les choses? Est-ce que le conte que je propose ne correspondrait pas mieux aux deux textes, donc de Matthieu et de l'Exode? Donc voilà, je m'arrête là, Paul. Ok, merci. En tout cas, merci beaucoup pour le texte.
Alors, pardon. Alors, nous allons écouter Akotia, qui a 1 minute pour rebondir.
Juste 1 minute, parce que les observations du Père, je les accueille bien volontiers. Et je ne vais pas dire que je ne m'y attendais pas. Parce que, voilà, donc, merci. Ce que je voulais ajouter sur la réception africaine, c'est qu'il s'agit de réception, alors que l'évangile, c'est l'annonce. Celui qui annonce a ses préoccupations. Il dit, vous êtes dangereux pour moi, vous allez me tuer. Mais celui qui reçoit, lui aussi, il a ses préoccupations. Tu es dangereux pour moi, tu viens me tuer. Et nous savons ce qui se passe. L'évangile parle de persécution, mais qu'est-ce qui arrive aux cultures et aux traditions quand l'évangile arrive? Qui raconte cette histoire-là? Vous voyez? Et donc, je pense que cette perspective de réception permet de donner raison aussi à ceux qui reçoivent, et pas simplement de donner raison à celui qui annonce et à l'évangile qui est annoncé. Merci.
Un grand merci. On applaudit pour nos 2 intervenants. Alors, notre dernier conférencier ou dernière conférencière de la matinée, c'est professeur Okoure. Donc, elle a 15 minutes et Uzuku va lui répondre, sœur Gisela va lui répondre. Sister Gisela, come here. And Sister Okure, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. Greetings, brothers and sisters.
Greetings, sister.
My paper is entitled Children in the Marketplaces, and it's Matthew 11:16. It's a parabolic contextual reading in the African context. And if you have the paper there, the first part of the paper, preliminary considerations, deals with the method that I am using, understanding of contextualization of, of the divisions of the paper, and the fact that if the context takes me through the whole of Matthew 11 and also Matthew's Gospel, that is for the context of that. And then I come to the African context in which I try to highlight the meanings of the text. This is a parabolic reading. The text itself is a parable. And my concern is what Jesus says. To what shall I compare this generation? They are like children in the marketplaces, calling to each other. We will sing for you, you don't dance. We play dirges, funeral songs, you don't mourn. And then he compares that to himself and John the Baptist. John the Baptist came, he neither ate and drank, and they said he was possessed. And then he himself, he came and associated with the people. They say he's a drunkard, the tax collectors. He loves tax collectors and sinners. Of course, one of them is Matthew himself, a tax collector. So I have gone through that. The question of John the Baptist is what intrigues this. John is in prison, hears that Jesus is what that Jesus is doing, and John had had a perception of the Messiah, the one who would come. He's holding his winnowing fan at hand and is going to gather all their chaff into the barn and burn them up and vindicate the just. But that doesn't happen. What does he hear? Jesus is socializing with sinners and, you know, reaching out to foreigners like the Cornelius. So he's sending his disciples to say, what is going on? And Jesus says, blessed is the person who does not lose confidence in me. Blessed is the person who is not scandalized in me. And that for me is important, because when Jesus said that people see him as a cause, John 6, when he promised them his body and blood and they said this was too much. Those are the two occasions in which Jesus says people are scandalized in him. They find him as a cause of falling. So John the Baptist had had his messianic expectation and is in prison for that, you know, for carrying out his mission as a prophet, standing up for the Lord, challenging the powers that be, and he's in prison. And Jesus is the Messiah. He would have known Jesus as a Messiah from the baptism. And here he is apparently doing just the exact opposite of what he's doing. So in the text, I have the question of identity and mission, the correspondence between who you are and what you do, on the part of Jesus, on the part of John the Baptist, and then on the part of this generation, because my key text has to do with this generation. To what shall I compare this generation? And I used to think that this generation had two groups. So we had, you know, like those who were singing were telling those who were not responding. But in my studies, I discovered that this generation includes both the singers and those who are not responding, because it is a parable. So you have them on one package, and then Jesus and John the Baptist in the other package. So what then is really is the issue? I go into the, you know, I have finished dealing with John the Baptist and Jesus and his expectation, and I'm moving now to the children of this generation sitting in the marketplaces. And I went into the exploring the actual terms in that passage. The paidios. The word used for children is like minors. There are three words for children. They, you know, you have paidios, you have nepios, and then you have the tekna. Tekna is like saying children of Abraham, children, that is generic. The paidios are like the minors, people who need guidance and protection themselves. And they are sitting in the marketplaces. The text says marketplace, but the chapter you have there says marketplace, but the text says marketplaces. So these are children sitting in the marketplaces doing what children shouldn't do. Because in the marketplace, to begin with, the marketplace, the agora, we have Acts 15 and Acts 17. It's like the synagogue. It's a public place in which activities of the grown-ups take place. But here you have children sitting and calling to each other. And when I looked at children, as I say, the word is like minors, people who need guidance, people who need protection, and they are sitting there crying to each other what they shouldn't be crying in the marketplaces. Sitting has to do with authoritative pronunciation, with something serious. Matthew sitting in a tax collector's office. Jesus sitting in the temple listening to the scribes and the Pharisees. Jesus sitting on the horse going to Jerusalem for his triumphant entry. So sitting there is not just a plaything. In all the references that I found in Matthew on that, they are sitting there performing authoritative actions about which they know nothing. Sitting in the marketplaces. And then, to what are they doing? To what shall I compare them? That is one package. The other package is Jesus and John the Baptist. What they do. I have mentioned that John, as a prophet, Elijah returned, did what he was supposed to do. Jesus, as the Messiah, as the one who, Jesus as the Messiah, the one who is to reach out to the poor, to the downtrodden, also did what he was supposed to do. And this generation finds faults with both of them. This generation really in the text, it has no criteria for what it is deciding, for what it is saying about John the Baptist and Jesus. It doesn't have its own criteria. Not only that, this generation is not complaining about their mission, but about their lifestyle. So what we have there in the text is folly and wisdom combined, because Jesus said, wisdom is justified by its works. And the justification of wisdom by its works is that John, his identity and his mission go together. Jesus, his identity and mission go together. The folly are those, this generation, who don't know their left from their right. They say it refers to the leaders. They don't know their left from their right. They are there judging and rejecting. They are not open to Jesus. And I think in the text they are typified by Chorazin and Bethsaida. Woe to you, Chorazin and Bethsaida, because if the miracles worked in you had been performed in Sodom and Gomorrah, they would have repented long ago. But they have seen this, and you are proud, you are haughty, you are not responding. So they are the opposite of the nepioi, those who are open. Nepioi is infant, if you like, but they are, that is a moral sense. We have children in the, sorry about that, I get easily distracted. We have children in the physical sense, we have children in the generic sense, and we have children in the moral sense. And the children in the moral sense includes the disciples, all those who are open and willing to go and to grow by the wisdom of God. So that's what I found in the passage. And then I want to move to how this applies in the African context. You know, the problem with Africa are the leaders. I don't think that can be overflowed. These are the leaders who are there like children in the marketplaces, out of place. They have no vision. Most of them don't know what they are doing. They are there because it is their turn. Emilio Kong in Nigeria. And how does that affect the children in Africa? Their potentialities are not developed. Education, security, food. So how the action of the people of this generation who are the leaders affects the African child, I have gone into that, and I think we need to explore that. On the other hand, we have, at least thank God, we have a couple of African children who are like the nepioi, who are open and receptive. I'm thinking of not just youth, like I've mentioned the Usman from Gambia, who refused to take scholarship to go to Harvard, to Canada, to study, because he says the problem is in Africa and it needs to be solved in Africa. So he went to Rwanda to do his degree. It's there in there. I had posted it on our website, but it was deleted. We have people like that. Marketplaces in Africa are those traditional marketplaces. You produce, you bring what you produce, you sell, and then you exchange. And in doing that, you were developing your skills. But marketplaces now, people say they're on business. They go to China, they go to this, and they import things. And they come and dump it in the continent. They say they're doing business. They're not doing any business. They're killing the business, the skills that are at home. So you have these leaders and these business people who are really children of the marketplace, destroying the nation, destroying the potentials and all that. But as I say, we have people like this Usman, and we have people like the president, what is his name, of Niger, all right? Burkina Faso, Senegal. These are young people who are saying that unless they take their lives, their country in their hands, they will continue to sing perpetual dirges, for the nation. So there is hope. These are the hope of the wisdom that God is going to use to transform the nation. And then I have come to us, African Exegetes. Maybe I will read that one. It's the last part of the paper. Children in the marketplaces. All right? So, African Exegetes as children in the marketplaces. You know, it might be strange to talk of African Exegetes in this kind of topic as people of this generation, viewed as children in the marketplaces. African Exegetes have a key role to play in the African pandemic age for the child, the African child. And when I say the pandemic age, in my paper, it is not post-pandemic age, because we are in the pandemic age of corruption, the pandemic age of lack of leadership, the pandemic age of people, you know, not really taking their lives in their hands. So we are in it. It is not post for us. And I think we need to recognize that and then maybe see how we get out of it. So do we continue to follow faithfully, mindlessly, receive biblical methodologies forged in the West and for the West, whether or not they deliver the gospel message to our people? Or do we stand on solid African ground, knowing that orality and orality is integral to our culture, which also is the issue in the Bible? In the beginning of the paper, I have defined orality, and the different recipients. So these questions invite us and challenge us to develop our own exegetical interpretive methodologies and apply them for effective delivery of the gospel message to our people, instead of slavishly following Western interpretations and methods, whether or not they do violence to our own way of thinking. I want to emphasize that. It's not just the meaning, but what they do to us in our own way of reflecting. Unless we do this boldly and deliberately, we remain perpetual minors to the West, subjecting us to be accepted, you know, where we studied and from whom we studied and whether we quote them, the rest is there. So time has come for us to bloom where we are planted, to look at our own biblical methodologies that are in keeping even with the biblical way of speaking, parabolic, challenging people to reflect and to respond, instead of putting what other people have done for their own context. So what then, the conclusion is that the chapter concludes with wisdom calling. And the wisdom calling is the invitation to both the Nepioi, this generation and whatever, to respond to be the child of God. And Jesus models that. I thank you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, for hiding these things from the learned and the clever, those who think they know when they were then, even though they don't, and revealing them to little children. How do we move into that? Move our people into that. Move even our leaders and our politicians and business people into that. Until we do that, the plight of the African child will remain a tale of woes. So we have a serious responsibility to play in this. Thank you for your attention.
Wow. 15 minutes. Auntie, a hug. Oh, auntie.
Okay. Auntie, they've already started appreciating your work. And on that note, I also want to thank you for this insightful piece of work. Thank you for your contributions. Not so much about this article, but certainly your contributions to African scholarship, bringing African scholarship to dialogue with Western traditions, and mentoring many younger generations, including myself. So you can imagine, I don't know why Moise had to ask me to come and yeah. So, but on this paper given to me to review, this is definitely not the best of your best. However,
The work is very readable and keeps one glued to the text. Your narrative approach to the text is commendable, and the effort to do a contextual reading of the text was it. You have selected a text, like you said, is hanging within the entirety of Matthew 11, which situates Jesus and John the Baptist. Thus, even from the first reading of the text, the relevance and literary connection between Matthew chapter 11 and chapter 11, 16 and 17 remains difficult to establish. Despite the difficulties, you examined the text and was able to bring out an interpretation that has, yes, the idea of likening adults to children can be both insightful and problematic, depending on how and why the comparison is made. You have contextually analyzed the text as speaking of adults, like you said. Marketplaces are not the places for minors to be. And within context, you related the text to adults and compared the African leaders to children, since they lack maturity, wisdom, and the capacity for independent thought. Unfortunately, the people you are likening to children are not weak or passive like children. These so-called leaders are not simple, innocent, or naive like children. So in my opinion, it is an oversimplification of the text, context, and analysis, since you do not highlight the strength and weaknesses of the infant-child motif. Nevertheless, there are a few observations that may be considered. First, you dedicated about the first 5 to 6 pages trying to create the thematic and literary connection between the passages. But I feel that this section of your work, especially the narrative commentary on the verses before Matthew 11, 16, did not clearly resolve the question of the connection between the text and the African contextual hermeneutics. You devote so much time on exegesis of Jesus and John, and at the end, there is very little to gain in those first passages of your work, as you have already questioned the connectedness of Matthew 11, 16 to 17 in the entire passage. The preliminaries to the text of Matthew 11, 16 should answer the question more clearly, which is missing. In my view, there are some loose ends to tighten up in that first passages. The second is your reflection on Matthew 11, 16 and 17. Your focus verse is 16, but you have read 16 alongside verse 17. However, it is not too clear how you interpreted verse 17, that is, the aspect of mourning and celebration, which comes to life in your interpretation. Thirdly, towards the end of your work, you have critiqued today's African scholars who pride themselves as African biblical scholars, but are so much engrossed in Western school of thought and Western art of biblical interpretations, and have not found ways to make good use of African grassroots epistemologies and methods to address our peculiarities. While I really appreciate that observation, I think your work needs to do more to that observation, especially your method of approach, which heavily used the Western literary and historical critical approach. Thus, the writing on that section needs to be improved. Auntie, much of what you are saying now is also not found in your paper, especially the contextual reading. So, my question, however, is that we need to deconstruct our understanding of children in the Bible. That's where I feel that your work, because already you one of those that have looked at the use of children, boy, Paideon, and the rest. But I feel that we are not doing much also to deconstruct the text itself, because we are really living in a kind of understanding where we are praising the child, we are trying to see the child as the victim. But don't you think also that even the author itself is using this child maybe to hide one or two things about these narratives that we are doing? So that's just my observations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your paper, for your response and the time you've taken to look at it. To be quite honest, I wasn't going to write a paper. It was because my brother was coming, so I just said, let me write something. Because it's true, I wasn't even going to come. He came in the end, so I was struggling between 3 other papers. One for Quaker, the other for Oxford University. So I wrote something. So that's number 1. Number 2 is that this is a parabolic reading. The text itself is parabolic. And most of the things you're talking about, what is important in a parabolic reading, which I highlighted at the beginning, is to get the message. I will look at what you have said, but that is a point I want to make in your response. It is a parabolic reading. You hear the parable, you don't go into this, you try to see what is the message of that for us. So, and not only is the text parabolic, but you know, what I am trying to do is also a parabolic response. So I stay within the ambience of the parable. And if we bring in other criteria to assess it, it will be found seriously wanting. But I will look at the other things you've said all the same. But I really want to emphasize that. It's a parabolic reading, and I try to stay on that. But of course, it is a draft. I just had to do something because I couldn't bring my brother and then not say something. So you can blame him for the paper.
So thank you, Auntie. So I would like the 3 speakers, thank you, sister, thank you very much. I asked the 3 speakers to come here. I prepared 3 chairs for them so that they be close to the mic. Now, yes, we leave the queen, the throne for the queen. Sister Okure. Yes, your place is there. Thank you. So, the floor is ours to ask questions, make comments, make contributions. We have 20 minutes and then we break for the day. Yeah. Who has, yes, thank you. Sorry? Oh, okay, yes, that's the way of proceeding. Thank you. So, His Eminence, you want to, we will make it free, you will, okay. And then, André? You're to Akotia, okay. And then, your name, I'm sorry. Paul. Oh, thank you. Okay, 2? Okay. So the first 3 questions, and then we will take another set of 3.
Thank you. I want to thank your responder for thanking you. Your responder was Sister Okure. Yes. In 1994, from 1990, when we were preparing the Second African Synod, of which I was a key member, we were making a lot of effort to get our Egyptian brothers and sisters involved. We already were having issues with Egyptians in Secam. And when they are coming to Lagos, they will tell them at home, we are going to Africa. And it was difficult to get them to really identify with Africa. For example, where are they here now? While I appreciate the work of Bishop Grant, it would have been interesting if it was an Ethiopian telling us the story, or indeed a Coptic Egyptian. So maybe Peace will have to do some work in this regard. We as Africans, we have always been trying our best to appropriate the whole issue of Egypt in the history of salvation. Not just Jesus, who is taking refuge in Egypt, but right from the beginning of salvation history in the Old Testament, we've been trying to say, this is Africa. Also because historically, the pharaohs were not all white. Some pharaohs were black, which meant they came from Sudan. So we were trying to do all this, but we are not getting the same response from our Coptic brothers. Maybe you can help us there to find out what exactly is happening. What exactly is happening? Finally, whenever we are having a big celebration in the Vatican, they generally give room for the Eastern Rite patriarchs to dress in their own dresses. They are generally better dressed than the rest of us Romans, because it's then you really feel you are a Roman. When we are dressed the way of the Roman, but then Coptics come and dress in their own way, beautiful. Even the Indians have their own. Generally, normally they have their presidents. Who is, according to maybe what is considered historically the senior. So the first is always the patriarch of Alexandria. He's always there, and they are very serious about that. We won't allow anybody to take precedence over them. So, and I'm just mentioning that the church still takes Egypt very seriously from this point of view. But what I don't understand is, why is it difficult for us to have them? It seems the politicians are making more progress than us in this matter. They are quite active in the African Union, but when we come to SECAM, even though we give them a region, we don't get. But thank you very much, Bishop. I will see you later to see whether we can get your text. I've not seen it yet. And also some of the books too.
Thank you, Your Eminence. André?
Avant de poser ma question à Kotia, je remarque que aussi bien le marquant que à Kotia, le texte du massacre des enfants en rapport avec la fuite en Égypte, ce qui, à mon avis, a enrichi leur analyse. L'observation de Patrick Apollin, donc relever cela, de voir si son analyse. Bon, pour Akotia, je pose la question qui lui a été posé par Paulin, c'est-à-dire le conte que vous avez cité, c'est un conte courant, mais avec plusieurs variantes. Parce que je connais aussi ce conte dans ma langue, mais dans cette version-là, celui qui cache son père le fait pour induire les autres en erreur. Donc il le fait par supercherie. Si bien que, donc alors lui, il continue à être nourri, etc. Et lorsque les autres vont découvrir que lui, il a caché son père, ils vont tuer son père. Et lui ne saura pas leur dire qu'on a tué son père, que son père est mort, parce que c'est supposé que son père était mort depuis longtemps avec les autres. Alors, la question est d'ordre méthodologique. Quand, d'abord, c'est normal qu'il y ait plusieurs versions, parce que c'est un allemand, c'est normal qu'il y ait plusieurs versions. Mais maintenant, quand on choisit une version, bon, il faut dire pourquoi, puis il faut signaler qu'il y en a d'autres. Et à mon avis, il faut choisir la version qui enrichit la perspective. Ce qui pose problème chez toi, c'est que c'est plutôt les vieux qui sont préservés et non pas les enfants. Bon, donc, quelle est la méthodologie à suivre? Parce que quand on a plusieurs versions dans nos traditions africaines. Merci.
Paul, yes.
Thank you very much. Sister, thank you for this topic and your presentation. In your presentation, I heard a statement, marketplace. It's a public place. And what are children doing there? And if we consider all that we've been discussing, street children, post-pandemic age, the text is not very clear the ages of the children at the marketplace. Now, we are in Ghana. You walk on the streets, you see children. And definitely, because of poverty and other things, they can stray to the market. Your passion for women, some market women can carry their children to the marketplaces. But then in Ghana, you have some children doing kayaking. They are in the market confused. My mother is not there, my father is not there. What do I get in the market, that busy place? They want to do something to earn something. So the question, what do we do when we find such children in the marketplace? Whether they follow their mothers there, whether they just stray there. In busy marketplaces, you will find some children. Text is not specific, the ages of the children. But I can feel that when we walk around markets and see children wandering about, definitely they will not know what they are doing there. Thank you.
So these are the 3 questions. Would you like to address the questions, please? Thank you.
Okay. Well, Cardinal, thank you so much for your thoughts on the Coptic Church, and let me say that the Coptic Church in Egypt is a minority religion in its own society. So in Egypt, the government says that 10% of the population is Christian, and 90% is Muslim. That's what the government says. The churches add up how many baptisms they do, all the churches together, and they conclude that actually Christians are 20% of the population, but they can't say that publicly. So they realize they are a minority religion, but within the Christian population of Egypt, the Coptic Church is by far the largest population there. The majority of Christians are Coptic Christians. So they are in the Christian pond. They are the big fish. Now I'm an Anglican. The Anglican fish in the Egyptian pond is very, very small fish. And so the only way that we can survive as a minority church, but also as a minority Christian community, is with humility. And so my Archbishop is extremely good friend. He was very good friends with Pope Shenouda while he was alive, and maintains a very good relationship with the new Pope, Tewodros. The Coptic Church is also aware that they are very ancient. They will trace themselves back to St. Mark, and they have no doubt that they come from that very early part of the church. So there is a combination of them having to be humble in a Muslim majority, but having a certain arrogance within the Christian community in Egypt and within the Christian community in the world. They know that they are very early. So it's a very interesting church to have a relationship with. I was present for an amazing event when Pope Francis visited Egypt. And all of the bishops were invited to a service of prayer in one of the chapels in St. Mark's Cathedral in Cairo. And in that service, we were commemorating 27 martyrs who were killed in a bombing when a terrorist put a bomb in that chapel. In Coptic service, the women sit on one side, the men sit on the other side. The children sit with the women. The bomber put the bomb on the women's side. So all of the people killed were women and children. And they were immediately made saints in the Coptic Church, and we were commemorating a place where those saints would be remembered. Pope Francis was there, my Archbishop was there, Bartholomew of Constantinople was there. We had the service of prayer, a non-Eucharistic service, of course. And during the service, it was said that before the service, Pope Francis and Pope Tewodros signed a document in which both communions recognized the baptism of the other. Now, that was already not a problem for the Roman Catholic Church, but it was a problem for the Coptic Church. A month after that document was signed, there was a meeting of the Holy Synod in Egypt, and Pope Tewodros had his wrist slapped by the Holy Synod because he had not put this through the Synod, and so the document was torn up. So they still don't recognize your baptism or my baptism, but we were there praying together. So there is this tension between the belief that they are the church and that others are not quite the church, that we have to live with. And the only way to live with that is to maintain friendship and find ways to work together. I have found that whenever we are praying together with Coptic brothers and sisters, there is a great openness. When we start to try to define the meaning of certain clauses in the creed, then we run into great problems, and the discussion will go on for a long time. But if we maintain friendships as much as possible, we can go a long way. I hope that goes some way to answer your question. We can talk more.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Merci au Père André qui me donne l'occasion de préciser deux petits points de la méthode que j'utilise. D'abord, le texte est comme un proverbe. C'est ça que j'ai expliqué en disant le doigt tendu. Ça veut dire qu'il ne désigne pas une seule chose. Le proverbe peut avoir plusieurs versions proches, mais c'est celui qui l'utilise qui l'applique au contexte auquel il veut l'utiliser. Souvent, nous pensons que, en bon exégète, que le texte a un sens. Oui, c'est vrai. Il faut rechercher le sens du premier utilisateur. Mais après, il faut l'utiliser. Le récepteur a son droit, et c'est mon deuxième élément. Comment utiliser? Il s'agit de prendre au sérieux la position du lecteur réel. Souvent, on peut s'arrêter simplement au lecteur implicite et dire voici ce que le texte a voulu dire à celui à qui il s'adresse. Mais le lecteur que je suis aujourd'hui, en fait, ce que j'ai essayé de faire dans le texte, c'est que celui qui annonce l'évangile, c'est lui qui a mis en scène l'évangile dans le récit. Mais moi qui reçois l'évangile, comment je me mets en scène comme récepteur de l'évangile? La position que j'assume comme exégète n'est pas la position de celui qui annonce. J'essaie d'assumer la position de celui qui écoute l'évangile. Quel est l'effet que cela a chez moi? Si l'évangile a l'impression qu'il est persécuté, et moi qui le reçois, j'ai l'impression qu'il me persécute. Voilà, c'est cette position-là que j'essaie d'assumer devant le texte. Et pour le faire, j'utilise les ressources de la tradition de celui qui écoute. Voilà un peu la gymnastique que je fais. Le texte est entre les mains du missionnaire qui annonce, mais moi, comme lecteur, ma ressource, ce sont les codes de ma tradition. Comment ils ressentent le texte qui est annoncé. Voilà. C'est pourquoi je disais que nous ne devons pas raconter seulement l'histoire du point de vue du chasseur, mais il faut aussi raconter l'histoire du point de vue des chassés. Et c'est notre point de vue à nous, de lecteurs, aujourd'hui de l'évangile, de récepteurs. C'est pourquoi je parle de esthétique de réception. Souvent, notre exégèse est plutôt, excusez-moi, sous la forme de esthétique de l'annonce, voilà, de la mission. Voilà. Donc voilà un peu les deux éléments. Le texte est un proverbe et celui qui le reçoit comme réel. Il ne s'ignore pas, il s'assume dans sa position réelle aujourd'hui. Et cela, c'est ça qui donne la plaisanterie, parce qu'ils ne seront jamais ils n'auront jamais le même point de vue. Et alors, il y a la plaisanterie du roi qui pense qu'il va tuer le vieillard, et la plaisanterie du vieillard qui croit qu'il va tuer le voilà. L'un existera à côté de l'autre. Et c'est ça le jeu que j'appelle africain. Et là, je rejoins ce que le professeur Koulagna disait hier. Voilà. Au lieu de nous éliminer, eh bien, nous existons l'un et l'autre. Merci.
Merci bien. On écoute professeur Okure.
My brother, thank you very much for your question. Stoics, you had Epicureans, and then it's a kind of place that they're talking about. Secondly, the only people who could be buried in the agora, it had to be a special privilege to be buried in the agora. It was an honor, or you requested for it. So when we take that context, I'm trying to think of what would the audience of Jesus have heard. What would they have heard? Because the inspiration lies in the meaning intended by the author. And then Jesus is saying he's comparing the children of this generation to what the children are doing in the marketplace. And actually I think scholars just agree that the text is talking about the leaders. You know, those who walk in the flowing gowns in the marketplaces and, obsequiously, and they have people kissing them. So when you explore what the marketplace was at the time that Jesus was speaking, and what the people who listened to him would have heard, I've tried to explore that in the text. So how we apply that to us is we have to get the message first. To see, do our children in the marketplace, do they sit? And this question of sitting, I explored sitting to see what would they have heard. What was sitting doing? But what did it imply? So the point was to understand that, first of all. What would they have heard? What would they have understood? Because that is the meaning, where the inspiration lies, according to Day3, the meaning intended by the author. And that is why I didn't put too many, what do you call them, secondary sources. I tried to explore the words used, especially in that key section. So what we are saying is true. Children can be found there. We can say what, I don't even know what they are doing there. They will be on their mother's back. They will be carried. But it will not be the type of a parabolic explanation. And I keep coming back that the text itself is parabolic, and my reading is parabolic. If we take it out of that ambience into another ambience, it's not going to work. You can't put square pegs into round holes. So just try to understand what I am struggling to do within the context of what the text itself is doing. And then after that we can apply. But we don't bring the application to drown the meaning of the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie. So I invite us to clap for our three speakers. think I've done my job. I will hand the mic to Father Michael. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Paul. So for members who will have to collect something from Father Raul Basiomo, he's ready. So if you brought your ticket for reimbursement, kindly see Father Raul. Father Raul, can you kindly stand so that we see you? Alors, pour ceux qui ont les billets ici, vous pouvez contacter le Père Basiomo après la session. Si vous n'avez pas le billet avec vous, quand vous venez pour le déjeuner, vous pouvez amener ça. Then also, again, those who have not entered their time of departure and flight details, there's the blue table just behind you. Kindly indicate when your flight is leaving and the date and the time. Alors, pour le départ, il y a aussi le feuille sur la table là-bas. Si vous voulez écrire le jour et le vol avec qui vous partez. Merci. Thank you very much. I think it's now time for lunch. We are late. Time for lunch. Nous allons pour le repas de l'après-midi, pour le déjeuner. On y va. Sorry. What's the time now? Quelle heure est-il maintenant? Oui. It's time for lunch. Two-sentence message. Alors, on prie, shall we just say the Angelus so that we can go down? Shall we say the Angelus? Anthony, come and lead the Angelus. Let's go down.
Let us rise.